I'm going to call the meeting of the South Brunswick Board of Education, October 15th. Please rise for the salute of the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to thank everybody for coming this evening. I'm going to read the statement of advance notice. The New Jersey Open Public Meeting Act was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meeting of public bodies in which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the board secretary has caused notice of this meeting, including date, time, and location, to be posted in South Brunswick Public Library and the board office, filed with the township clerk, and communicated to the Home News and the Star Ledger. Okay, moving along. Mr. Pulaski, can I get a roll call, please? Board members, reminder, please take your mics off mute to vocally say yes, please.
Please do. Mr. Patrick Del Piano.
Yes.
Mr. Raymond Keener.
Here.
Mrs. Joyce Mehta.
Yes.
Dr. Stephen Parker.
Yes.
Mr. Devin Patel.
Yeah.
Mr. Arthur Robinson.
Yes.
Mrs. Lisa Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Scaletti.
Yes.
Mr. Barry Nathanson.
Yes.
We have a full board and a quorum.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Parker. I have a second. Second by Mr. Scaletti. All in favor? Wave
Aye.
for that. Okay. Approval of minutes, executive minutes of September 10th, board meeting of September 10th, and board minutes of September 24th, 2020. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Moved by Devin Patel, second by Ray Keener. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving along, report of our student representative, Zoya. You got the floor.
Alrighty. Thank you and good evening, everyone. So I'll just get started. I'll talk about activities first, what our activities office has been up to and some things that we should be aware of. So we're currently doing refunds for Mr. SBHS and Contagion, which unfortunately got canceled due to the circumstances. There's a Google form out and you can either choose to donate the money to the South Brunswick Food Pantry or come to the school and collect the money. So we have a half day coming up and the half day schedule is as follows. So the first block is from 9 to 9:50. The second block is from 10 to 10:50. And then you have a screen break. So there will be no class from 10:50 to 11:10, basically like lunch break. Third block is from 11:10 to 12 and fourth block is from 12:10 to 1. So parents, if you want to know what your child's up to in terms of clubs, please encourage them to visit the Club Fair website. We have all of our clubs listed there and they can find out the Google Classroom codes and all the meeting dates so that they can get involved in whatever club they want to be involved on. And also we really want to emphasize that all students should be a part of their grade level classroom because all the announcements are going through there and there's some really important information there. So even though we're virtual, we still really want to try to keep our spirit up. So we encourage everyone to be wearing black and gold on Fridays, even though we are virtual. And speaking of spirit, we have our Fall Spirit Week coming up. And so it's from the 19th to the 23rd. Monday is flannel, Tuesday is sports, Wednesday is Witchy Wednesday, in recognition of Halloween coming up. Thursday is class color day, and Friday is pink out to support breast cancer awareness at our football game. Also, unfortunately, homecoming had to be postponed for the time being because we want to try to have it at a time where the most amount of people can come, and hopefully that'll be possible soon. So For some clubs, Step Up is having a movie night. It's on October 21st, and you can email Miss Donato for more information. Step Up, I absolutely love their performances. Like, I definitely encourage, if you're interested, to definitely check it out. Like, one of the best parts of pep rallies. And then Science League, if you want information or your child wants information about that, you can email Mrs. Armstrong. So in terms of clubs, every single person who is in a club has to do pay to participate. This is just like a rule. This is how you get the club on your transcript, and this needs to be done by January, and the club advisors will be checking by January. So if you don't have it by then the club will not go on your transcript. And speaking of transcript corrections are underway, but there are more requests than normal, so it's taking a bit longer. Since seniors, we have our college apps coming up and our deadlines coming up, they will be first, and then everyone else will be second. So if there's like a club missing on your child's transcript or on your transcript, then email Mrs. Morris, the activities director. And if it's like a sport that's missing from your transcript, be sure to email Mrs. Ryan, the athletics director. So speaking of athletics, I'll move on to like round 2, phase 2 of my little spiel today. So I'll be talking about athletics now. The home games we have coming up this week, I'm just gonna go ahead and list them for you so you can like be in the know. So on the 19th, we have tennis versus Monroe. On the 20th, field hockey is going against East Brunswick. Boys soccer is going against Old Bridge. Tennis is going against JP Stevens. On the 21st, girls soccer is going against Old Bridge. On the 22nd, girls cross country is going against Edison. On the 23rd, football versus Monroe at 6. And again, because of the current situation, only ticket holders are allowed to attend the football games. So there are no tickets for sale during the games themselves. So this season is going to be wrapping up pretty soon. Seems kind of crazy that so much time has passed already. So winter sports physicals can be dropped off outside the athletic training office Monday through Friday from 3 to 6. And so high school winter sports will start December 3rd. So there's still a while to go, but it's just something to be aware of. Try to get all of the physicals in as soon as possible and complete the sport interest form on Genesis. If you want any more information for yourself or for your child, you can visit the athletic tab on the South Brunswick High School website, and you'll get all the information you need about tryouts and all the different teams. So that's all I have for today. Thank you for your time. I'll hand it back over.
Thank you, Zoe. Moving along, reporter superintendent, Mr. Fetter. You got to unmute yourself, Scott.
Thank you. So again, welcome everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. I know we have a lot of information to share, so I'll try to be brief, but I do have to start again with an important reminder regarding COVID. If someone is in the school and they need to go get tested because they're having symptoms, even if it's on a weekend, please notify the school. We had another instance where we had no idea a child was even tested and actually found COVID, and we still had no idea. We had to find out ourselves through a fluke, and that is just not safe for everybody. We need our parent community. There's so many of you listening tonight. You must be direct, be straight, be forthcoming. If we don't have that, whenever we do open, if we open tomorrow, and that is what happens, we will be shut down immediately if people are not straightforward with us. So please, all we can do is continue to ask. Keep sick children home. If there is anything related to COVID going on, please notify the school. We keep it confidential. We do not share names, but we have to do our protocols to keep everyone safe. That's my PSA on that. And now I'll move to more PSA announcements. On a happier note, the United States government has declared that every school student is now eligible for free lunch every day for the remainder of the school year. That means all you have to do is notify us, and we will be providing a free lunch for your student, your child. So again, thank you to the federal government for this, And that's a new piece of information that we'll continue to promote so people can get access to that. So this is October is Dyslexia Awareness Month. I actually had my red on before. Now I changed and I forgot to put my red back on. But we wear red, and we want to make sure people know that we are a dyslexia-friendly district and that we do embrace students that have dyslexia or any kind of need at all. And we want everyone to know how important it is to support all students regardless of their needs. With that, we also are in a week of respect and school violence awareness. So again, very important. While we're not in school presently, that does not take away the openings for harassment, intimidation, and bullying, of course, cyber. And that's some of the worst that happens. So we have a very respectful community here, awesome kids. So we don't see a lot, but the ones we do see are very painful for the kids who are victims of that. So please remember, as parents, you own those devices. You can monitor your children's devices. Now, I don't mean to be a snoop, but please make sure students know that they are responsible and that you are watching. It's important that they know that you care, you watch, you're there. More good information. On Monday, October 19th at 7, our Parent Academy Fall Series continues. This one is going to be a big focus on social emotional learning, mental health. That's really important right now. We're seeing an uptick in that all through the state and through the country for young students as well as ourselves, adults. So please go to the series. It's virtual, and take away some goodies to utilize with your family. I'm going fast because I know we have other stuff today, but technology, again, I think we shared this with you, but we have fixes put out. If you are still seeing technology issues in your home or with Chromebooks, please notify us immediately so that we can either help with the situation or swap out a Chromebook. We definitely want the technology to be up and running at all times. And I think we sent out a Google Doc for you to use to do that. So please look for that. If you're not sure, reach out to your child's teacher and they'll make sure you get in contact with that. Big announcement. A lot of you on, so I'm glad we have a big announcement for this. We need para subs. We need paras. We need substitute teachers. We need people. The COVID has really rocked education with stuff to get jobs filled. So, people get sick, they need to be out. People get quarantined, they need to be out. And we want to keep things running smoothly. So if you have any interest in working for the district, this is a great opportunity. So please reach out, go to our website under employment opportunities, and you'll be able to start that process immediately. So again, very important for that. I want to share before we get into the presentation tonight on reentry is that we've been working with multiple teams of people. One of our board members sits on that committee, and I just want to see if I want to thank you, Ray, first of all, for all you've been doing for the committee. I know you work in another school district, so your time is limited, but I don't know, Ray, if you have any words or not, but I just wanted to say thank you, Ray, and on behalf of the district, thanks for putting all your time in.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I did want to say a few things. I wanted to thank everybody on the committee that I've been working with and in the public for all the input and the feedback over the past few months that have been supplied to help us in developing our reopening. You have to note, though, that this project is not over. It's an ongoing, and it will be for several months. It's important to remember, though, that in going through all of this, there was no COVID pandemic manual for us to refer back to and get advice from. None of us have taken any courses in college or university, and colleges and universities don't even offer any type of pandemic planning for anybody to take. Heck, it's impossible for us to get doctors and scientists and experts to all agree on things anymore. Also, we have over 9,000 students and families in the district. We have over 1,400 teachers, paras, secretaries, and building staff throughout the district. You add that all up, it's over 20,000 opinions on what we should do as a district. It's going to be impossible for us to meet and satisfy each and every opinion, but I want everybody to know that every opinion presented to us was heard and is being used in the planning decisions throughout this process. And while we will not be able to meet we are confident that we will be able to provide our children the best possible learning that can be provided. And we look forward to returning into our schools someday. We look forward to getting our teachers, our paras, our secretaries, our maintenance staff, and our admins back to what they have proven that they do best over the years, and that is teaching our children in school. So again, thank you for everything and all the opinions, and we look forward to working with you over the next few months. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Ray. And with that, Barry, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ray. That hit the nail right on the head. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you and the committee. So moving along, I want to turn the meeting over to our Assistant Superintendent, Jen Disler, who's going to talk about technology tools for remote learning. Jen?
Actually, we're gonna go ahead, Jen. We're gonna forego that, correct?
Oh, we're not doing that?
Yeah, it's okay, Barry. We're gonna forego that due to time constraints of the 1,178. I'm sorry, 77, 78, 79 people that are on this meeting. We're going to focus on why we believe they're on this meeting with his reentry.
Okay.
No board and families that there's a lot of resources and tools, and that we'll be pushing those out in a different way in a different time. But right now, we do want to jump into what we promised, which is a reentry update. As you know, we gave you a little bit of information. The surveys came back and we are ready to share pretty much the specifics. And I'm going to turn it over to Jen and get us going.
Great, thank you. I want to start by just pointing out these lovely pictures on the cover here. These are all our students, and this was from the first day of virtual school this school year. A ton of people sent pictures in, and these cuties made our cover. So I just wanted to say that. And we start the night with this reminder, and I'm quoting our superintendent on this one, and it's important enough to have written and have in front of us, truly, because every decision that we've made since March, we've utilized. It's always been for the good of the students and the staff, and really trying to utilize data to help us support our decisions. And that's not changing. And that's truly why we wanted, if you were in our parent forum, we talked a lot about the chicken or the egg. We really wanted to get information and data so that we could make the best decision possible and work with the best model possible for our community, for what our families want. So with that being said, we want you to know that everything tonight is grounded in that data. And there's different kinds of data that we looked at. And the big piece of data on the survey were these numbers. And basically, the data didn't change much of what parents, what families, what students are wanting. And those three numbers represent this. The top 76% is the amount of families that wanted remote instruction at the high school. The second 76 is those that wanted remote at the middle school, and 73% of our families wanted remote at the elementary school. And that number is very important for us, because as we share different scenarios, I'm going to ask Scott to kind of talk us through some of those scenarios just won't work with these numbers, and we want to give you some examples, and then we'll move you more through our plan.
Yeah, so everyone, this is the survey that you just are completed. We're about 6,000 people in, so this does not represent the entire community, but we do know that some of the community will probably not answer, because if they don't answer, they will just get the answer they chose before. Plus, we do know that there are people that are waiting for tonight. So we fully understand that. The numbers will shift one way or the other after tonight. You do have until Monday, and keep this in mind. Even if you answered, you have the ability to go in yourself and make a change to your survey response. You do not have to reach out to the district. It works for you to go in yourself and make a change. So if there's something you hear, just know that that's available. But I want to explain what happens. When we did this back in August, we had built various models. And one of the models was an elementary model And if you remember back, if you attended that meeting, we were shook by the 73%. It killed the ability to implement that model without a super amount of money staffing, which we don't have. And so we asked again last week. 2 weeks ago, I asked you a question. What did you choose the first time? Was one question, and then the second question was, do you think you're going to change your mind? Well, that was interesting. About 5,000 people answered that survey, and of the 5,000 people, there was about a 12-point shift that we expected to see from virtual to wanting in-person learning. Now that didn't happen, not even close. It went up. We went from 73% to an aggregate of 74% right now in the district. So it's interesting, but we do not seem to have a community right now that is fully online with getting back to school just yet. But yet we're going to talk tonight. We're going to present the plan that might change things. But I want to give you an example. When you look at a model such as a way to buddy the class or to restructure everything, if we took the elementary school, for example, and we took a grade level, let's say second grade, and let's say at Monmouth Junction, and let's say that we had 100 kids in second grade and 5 teachers. The math on that, I bet Zoya can tell us, would be each teacher has 20 students. Now, if we look at that and we say, well, about 80% of those families want their students home and 20% want them in, that's great. That's easy. It works very nicely. One teacher will have 20 students in the school. 4 teachers will have 20 students at home. Piece of cake. The problem is this. The 100 kids, all 5 of those classes now have to be shuffled. Because in each of those classes, we have kids that wanted to be in school. And then you have to take the whole class of the teacher that's now going to teach that class. And all of those kids have to be redistributed into the other 4 classes. Now, if you're not following this, you'll hopefully be able to follow this final part. Now we have 20 kids who need to be in school with 1 teacher. The problem is I can't put 20 kids in one class in person at the same time, which means I'll have 10 kids in the class and the other 10 still have to learn remotely, meaning 90% of the students are still remote. To upset all of the classrooms to create that, we did not feel was worth it. We looked at other models. We looked at so many different things to try and get this to be something exceptional. And what we came up with in the end is a good model that we believe is the best model we can produce because of all of the other factors. So as we go through tonight, Jen, we'll get them to that place where they understand what that's going to look like.
Right. And
we'll go from there. Sorry, back over to you.
No, I'm glad that you say that because that background's really important. And I think to add just a little bit there, the idea of if more of those kids, if you use your same example, if more kids wanted to come in, what you just described would cause even more disruption. So it doesn't really adapt. So that it's important for everybody to kind of understand and process as we go along. So thanks for that. Another area of data that we're looking closely at is the health and safety side of things. On a weekly basis, Scott is sending this home to all of our families. And as you know, and you're looking at it closely, he's gauging what's happening around the world, what's happening around our state, what's happening in our community, and what's happening in our schools. And we're getting details of how well we are doing our protocols. We are also seeing that there have been some instances where we've had different exposures, but how they've been handled. And I have to give big shout outs because I think it's inevitable that there's going to be exposures, but it's definitely showing that how we're handling it. We have some awesome, amazing people behind the scenes that are making sure that we do the correct protocols in place. So this data is truly important, and it's always going to be there in the sense that whatever decisions we make today, these data points could change tomorrow and make us have to shift and change. So this is data points that we're going to continually to watch throughout all of this, have been and will continue to. This is really just to bring you back to August. Look closely. Do you remember this beautiful graphic? It shows you that we had this 5-phase system and that we are currently in phase 4, which is that limited model. And what you'll notice in the graphic itself, if you look between model 4 or phase 4 to phase 3, it's when we said, and we've said this in August as well, that that's where there will be a shift in the schedule. So we don't want any surprises tonight that what we're putting out there for when we shift, there will be a change to the schedule. But it's important to see here that this phase 4 remote has been the primary way of learning. We incorporated the remote learning centers as we planned and articulated, and as well as that we have kids in on a daily basis in some of these specialized programs, and are seeing results and seeing safety. And so that's where we're at. And so what we're proposing, I just had to add more pictures for you guys. I just want you to see, I want you to see the social distancing. I want you to see what learning looks like in the school right now. And, you know, you see the staff there with masks, you see kids with masks, and there has been lots of successes with our remote learning centers. So from there, we know that we're ready to move to phase 3. And based on the data, we know that the best model, now I don't want to say it's a perfect, we keep saying this over and over, we don't even say it's great, but we know based on all of the data, the factors, and kind of we always tease about the would you rather, and it's kind of picking the lesser of evils and taking the most pros. We are looking at a concurrent synchronous model for all grades. And so we're going to talk a few minutes and we're going to probably say the same things a couple times because we want it to kind of process. And so please listen as we go through this because you're going to see that this model will grow. And so I want to bring you back to the visual. When we talk about that hybrid, that's what this is. The concurrent synchronous is the hybrid model we've chosen, and the graphic demonstrates it. Those students on the left, those are all of our students that are choosing and wanting to be in person. The teacher is there in person, and then the teacher will have students at home. The biggest pro to this model, based on our numbers, the biggest pro is that there's not going to be disruption to kids' classes. So for so many of our families and for our teachers, that idea of having to switch around and have different students, to switch around and have to be with different teachers after some time has been taken to develop relationships and do assessing and start teaching and getting used to the students in their class, none of that is going to change in this model. The teacher has the ability to stay with their kids. And, you know, can I move off of this picture, Scott, or is there anything you want to say here? Because I know we have some bullet points on the next. Is it okay to go to the next, or is there something?
Yeah, no, you go ahead and next.
Yeah. If you look at the bullets on the left, here are some key points. This model, because of the numbers, going back to the data and our small amounts, 30%, 25% of our students that want to be in, which we're talking about 2,000 kids across the district, we have the ability to bring them in every day, 5 days a week. At this juncture, we wouldn't have to do a cohort model. We wouldn't have to split the class and have some kids learn in person and then they have to, you know, switch out with other kids. In this model, we're going to have to shift back. And the reason we have to shift back to a little bit of a traditional schedule has to do with a couple of factors. And I think any high schooler looking at this right now, Zoya, what do you notice? What do you see?
We have to wake up earlier.
Yeah. So this brings us back to that more of a regular start time for a high school. And I know there are pros and cons to this. And I think any high schooler right now is saying there's no pro to this. But basically, we need to have busing. Busing is something that it's important to know that we have our contracted buses already, which was, I have to say, so smart of our business administrator and of Scott because of the cost. And Scott, do you want to elaborate on the busing piece and why it's so important that we have that in place and it can't be changed?
Yeah, so if everyone remembers, in recent years, the bus driver shortage has been a problem across the nation. We've been hit by it as well. 3 years ago, it was a really rough year. While it's been much better now, what we did back in February and March is we kind of not March, maybe April or May, we locked in our agreement with our contractor for this year. And that was a big deal for us and a big deal for them. It gave everybody security. So right now, we really can't, based upon our contract, change the busing. So as soon as you start busing children again, we're back to a schedule with the agreed upon rates. If we were to break that contract and try to do something different, I would expect our contracted bus services, which is about $3.2 million, could reach as high as 4.5 or higher million. Now, Ray Keener this is his universe, one of our board members. He does this for another district, and he knows the game better than us. But we're not in the position right now where we can just forego our current busing situation and start over and start fresh. We just can't. So we are locked in. Now, that doesn't mean we don't want to try and fix things or see what's possible. But as of right now, the general gist is we still need our tiers. We need our 3 tiers to exist. And for many reasons, we can't just switch the tiers. It's just unfortunately a lock for us. And that's kind of where we are, Jen. There's really not much we can do with that part.
So we're getting back to this. So again, I'm glad that we kind of were on this slide so that you really can take it all in. You can see that we go back to somewhat traditional. Now there's more time for our classes, which is a good thing because we talk about our classes have all been shortened right now. However, we've tailed off about a half hour each day. Again, trying to have some kind of a balance with a little bit less screen time. The idea of our lunches would now stagger. Again, no disruption to class placements. And it is important to know that all the special ed programs that have started already in person, they would continue and they'd adjust to a new schedule and having a full day as well. Lunch would be able to be on site. So these are some key points, but there are, we want to really highlight that there are some wins of this model. Okay. And basically, as we keep saying, we've had this goal in mind. We wanted the least bit of disruption. We wanted to be able to have students stay with their teachers. This model allows for it. The idea of not having to have cohorts of kids rotating in and through in-person students are in every day. This could shift if we had more students that want to come in person every day. But again, what's great about this model is there still wouldn't be disruption. If we had to transition to a cohort model because more folks wanted to come in, we could do that easily. This would be the only change and we'd be able to sustain this as what is said here. So no matter what happens, if the governor shuts us down, if we had to shut a school down, if we, whatever the case is, we would be able to sustain this. If more kids wanted to come in, this model would sustain moving forward. We wouldn't have to all be coming together again on a night like tonight, deciding what to do next. And finally,
Jen, this is important. Like we need to be done thinking about reentry.
Yeah.
Be done. And this is it, right? This is where we're going. And when we get to here, it's really just how do we make it better?
Yep.
Move all focus to how do we make it better? And a lot of people put a lot of time in over and over again to rehash the same things over and over again. And I think my term has been, we kind of need as a district, I think as an education community, we need to get to a place where we're coasting. And I don't mean coast to be content, but coasting where we can kind of just sit, assess, and then see what needs to be done to improve and grow. And we are in constant motion right now. And I call it that we've been in constant crisis mode since March, literally in crisis mode, where we just can't seem to get out of it. And I give such credit to the team of teachers, parents, staff members, administrators, kids who have been involved in this process to get us here. And while I think Jen said it before, we're again, and I've said this to you before, we're not selling that we've solved the crisis of COVID education. We haven't. I hope we've done a better than average job, and I think we'll continue to do a better than average job. But we are sitting on situations that just have blockers that make it impossible to do everything we want to do, like as if it was normal. It's kind of like the rest of our worlds right now. Nothing is really as normal as it was. So just know that we're now going to move forward with improving remote learning, with improving how we best manage screen time and asynchronous learning, improving what it looks like for health and safety protocols, if someone has been exposed, if someone has a symptom. That's where we need to spend our energy going forward. So just know that as we continue through the night, we have to get there. And once we're there, anything's going to be possible with the faculty and families and kids that we have here. So that really is still our silver lining, that we are working with the best. And can't say I love all of this. Can't say I'm like, wow, so glad we solved it for you. This is it. Everybody smile. It's over. No, but I can say that you have a dedicated group of people that will do anything they can for kids. So back to you, Jen.
The last bullet on this slide just reminds us that we do have many kids that this model, the current model being remote, is working for, and thanking you in your surveys for letting us know that there has been a nice return on what our teachers are amazingly doing every day. But this model will get those kids in that need to be in. And like I said, when we say, well, it's only a quarter or 30%, we're talking over 2,000 kids. So, for all of those that it is working, we do have kids that it's not working for. So this model is a win for that, is getting those kids in. With saying all of that, I really, though, want to stress that perfection is not going to be out of the gates. And I want to, and all my teachers watching right now, I blame you because you guys are so amazing. You have gotten into your groove. You have worked harder than I think you've ever worked in your career, and you are kicking butt in remote. You really are, hands down, I think better than any district out there. And I want to promise our families that their ability to remote teach is going to be their focus to start. And so when you look at these three pictures, I want you to know that, like anything new, we're going to embrace it, but it's going to take time. And there's no expectation for our teachers that they're going to be able to hands down, be able to 100% do a concurrent synchronous model. There has to be a lot of learning, and there's going to be adjustments. There's been so much trial and error over this past month of remote instruction, and every day our teachers are learning and growing, and the same thing will happen in this new model. So for that first picture, you see, that's what instruction is going to look like to start. Our teachers are going to be teaching to the screen. They're going to be teaching to the kids on the screen. Those kids that are there with them in person, the benefit right there off the bat for those kids is the environment. They're in a school learning environment. That structure could be the biggest part that those kids need. The idea of some in-person interaction with their teacher and being in their space as well as around peers is huge for kids. So right off the bat, instruction aside, there will be benefits to those kids being in person, and the instruction will be that remote instruction. As we move and grow and learn and are comfortable, teachers will start, and you see in that next picture, a shift where they're teaching almost looking like what you would say may normally look like. They're still teaching to the kids at home, but they're being able to move about a little bit, and it doesn't feel so much just in front of the screen like you see in the first picture. And ultimately, that bottom picture just represents that we hope to get to a place where our teachers are able to differentiate and be able to meet the needs of both their in-person learners and their remote learners. And that's going to take time. And I really stress that for our families to recognize it. And also give shout outs to our teachers, because you see what they've done. They didn't go to school to be remote instructors, and you see what they've done. But I also share this with all of our teachers to give them the nod and the okay that this is something we're all going to grow and learn, and we're going to support them in doing so. So this, to me, Scott, this slide is the most important one. This is all about the instruction. And so I'm going to go on to the next. Back to health and safety. I'm going to turn this over to you.
Yeah, so of course, this remains our top priority. And what we've been looking at is the structure of using the the questionnaires in the morning, as well as the temperature checks. We're still playing around with the temperature checks right now to see if that has, if it's being valuable or not. It certainly takes a long time. It certainly is a struggle, especially when we think about scaling up to 700, 800, 900 kids at the high school every day. So we're working with the health department as well as our local health department, as well as our nurses and our physician. But we expect once we go into in-person mode that you'll see a change in how we do this. It won't be a change that lessens the safety, just a change in how we structure it so that we can still maintain good safety protocols, but manageable safety protocols. And I want to give a big shout out to our school nurses. They have been outstanding. They are rock stars right now. They are doing everything they can to keep every kid safe, to manage and work with our new Jim Conroy, who is our safety specialist. And this is their world. And they've created charts, and I think other districts have all stolen all of our stuff at this point. Really, some really great ways to assess and to look and to manage this. And I will share with you, as soon as you announce there's a case, people freak out. Like, I get it. They freak out. Unfortunately, I will reiterate, as I've said before, we'll never share the who. And that's very frustrating for people. They want to know, was I exposed? Was I exposed? Just know we follow the health protocols of the state CDC guidelines, and we do a pretty thorough work. It takes a long time for a lot of people to go through one of these cases, but we do it. The results, when you have a case or you have a symptom, is about quarantining and isolation. It's about keeping people safe. So there's 10-day rules, there's 14-day rules. We have flow charts. We have, I don't even know what we have at this point. All I can tell you is it is a major, major factor. When we think about the school setting, let's start with arrival, right? So there's a plan in every school for how that's going to look. The high school, of course, always the most complicated because it's the largest. You have 4 points of entry. You have kids driving, you have kids walking, you have parents dropping off, and you have kids on buses. All of that gets factored in to how we staff, how we manage it, how we manage to make sure that we maintain everything. Now, I'll be honest with you. When we first opened those doors, in the high school specifically, while we are going to eventually have all of our kids 5 days a week, just to sheer numbers, we might want to start on a limited basis at the high school just to manage the health and safety protocols. Maybe for the first week or two, we'll start off with half the kids just so we can get it done right. Safety is most important. So that could also happen in the middle school, depending on the numbers. Right now, our numbers are really small for in-person learning, but if that changes, we'll keep looking at it, keep assessing it. But that's a big deal. The other part you have to know, the cleaning, the disinfecting. Jen's going to show you some pictures in a little bit, just examples of what it looks like. And I'll tell you, it's a lot of people, and that's just what we have to do. We've made a lot of changes to our staffing schedules for building cleaning so that we can manage that and support our staff and our students during the day. And I will say that I've been beyond impressed. And just for those that don't fully realize it, we have special needs student classes in our building since mid September 21st, and they're just killing it in there. I mean, it's amazing, and there's no outbreaks. There haven't been. I mean, we have issues, and I think people get so nervous, and I don't blame anyone for how they feel or how they respond or react. But I'll tell you that when you have good, safe protocols, even when there's a case, it doesn't mean there's an outbreak. Even if there's a case, it doesn't mean lots of people are getting sick. What we have to do is make sure we mitigate as much as possible, be prepared, keep social distancing 6 feet apart. And just because there's a case in a room does not mean the whole room has to shut down and go home for 14 days. So once we get back in, all parents will see all of these things. They're available. You can reach out to your school principal for any information you want. But it's been excessive amount of work. And I give credit to our administrative team, our teacher teams. Every school has a pandemic team. There's just a lot. And again, thanks to all for that. And Jen, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah. We keep giving shout outs, Scott. Do you notice it? And I think it just proves that it's been such a team effort on all fronts. I'm about to give a shout out to Christina Visi. Today she sent me these awesome pictures, and her team over at Constable are going to give you a great look right now to see what many of our schools are looking like. We were teasing that this looks brighter and cleaner than over at BHL, but that's another story. If you look at this, David, I want this kind of board when we walk in, right? I guess I can make it. I should make it. But if you notice, mask wearing is a must, and it's in a friendly way for everybody to see it. Signage is everywhere. So adjusting, seeing it in the building, including all entrances. Once you enter, look over to the left there. There are sanitizing stations by every entry. This is important to notice that, go ahead, say it, Scott. It protects from all COVID, right?
Yes, yes. When the good news, we're going to teach you, everyone is to learn about COVID. When COVID sees a plexiglass screen, it stops. Just so you know, it stops right there and it turns around and goes the other way. So we have these plexiglass screens. They're special screens. They are the answer, folks. So don't worry.
These are
key. We got it done.
These are gussied up and they look awesome, and it's just a showing of the CDC guidance and our compliance and making sure that we have all safety features in play. You can see that there's been a lot of thought and care to high frequently used areas. This is to help protect our staff. Our floors are labeled with these awesome signs. Every building has them, and it's helping to remind kids and grown-ups about social distancing. Bigger signs everywhere about sanitizing and hygiene. And this is a cleaning protocol that David has his team put into play so that anybody going in the room knows it's been cleaned and then it's been sanitized, and all of the different points have been checked for that higher level of cleaning that's happening on a daily basis. No water fountains are being used at this time as protection to our staff. And this is just as an example for the lunch rooms. In this school, they utilize desks just for ease of flexibility to be able to move kids, make sure they're spaced apart. I've seen the kiddos over at Greenbrook in action eating lunch in the RLC, and they're still able to talk to one another, and it works out. As well as our teachers have been doing an awesome job of customizing for their classes. So this is just an example of seeing that happen. So with that, we just shared a lot with you. You see more pictures of our staff and our kids. And we just want you to know some of these details. So this is what you need to remember as you leave here tonight, that we are entering phase 3. Phase 3 is the concurrent synchronous model. It's for all. If you want to be in, you're in. If you want to be remote, you're remote. The daily schedule will shift when we start this model, and busing will begin. The idea of changing your mind, I always blank on this, Scott. So
basically, one of the big things we heard from families is, what if we change our mind? What happens? Well, in the concurrent synchronous model, it doesn't really matter. The bottom line is you can shift. It's not that we can't have you shift just randomly day by day, but if it's not working for someone in the current model, it's a much easier model for us to consider a request to shift. So again, if you say remote today, and then after a month or 2 months, it's not working well, that's not as hard for us to accommodate. The only issue comes if we are at our capacity of doing the 5 days a week, and that one more kid would force us into a 50%, that could be a problem. And that's the only area. But as of right now, looking at the numbers, we're okay, in good shape for that at this time. So changing minds refers to that, Jen.
yes, thank you. And then finally, when does the model begin? We've talked about this, but I'm adding in, we changed up our little bullet there to that being a board discussion. And so I believe at this point, I'm turning it over to Scott and to Barry for board comments and questions to the presentation, and then we'll move into a board discussion.
All right, Barry, I'll turn it over to you. President Nathanson.
Hello, sir. Okay, Lisa's back. Yay. Okay, she, for some reason, Lisa keeps losing us. I don't know. I think someone keeps hacking in and trying to knock her out. So, so what I want to do is open for first board questions, and then we'll come back to board comments for the discussion purpose. Dr. Parker, go ahead.
Yeah, I have two questions. Right now we're based on the surveys, we're somewhere around 25, 30%. At what point do we have to go to a cohort model? Is it like 40%? Is
Yeah.
it closer to 50%? How much room do we have there?
Yeah, you're probably 40, 50%, Dr. Parker.
Okay. So there's room for a little growth, not substantial.
Yeah, I mean, every room's a little different, but for the most part, you're probably going to be relatively okay at that 50% mark. I would say conservatively, we're okay at 50%.
Guys,
So
add to that. Can I, Dr. Parker, just to add, I apologize. The idea also too is as time passes, some of the parameters might change. And so if social distancing changes in any aspect, that could change our capacity.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, she's correct.
Okay.
If social distancing is gone, there's no capacity issue.
So is this switch from the current model to the cohort model on a class by class basis, school by school basis, district basis? What determines that switch? Do you do it on one class at a time?
It's really going to be the numbers that I'm not looking to do it class by class. I don't think I do. We have other mechanisms to manage that. But you could move a class to a bigger location if that was really needed to save an entire school. You're talking about what's the tipping point is your question, right? So the tipping point is a place where we really just can't handle it anymore. But by the time that would happen, we'd be far better at all of our protocols. We would have been in already. So I expect that we'll be able to manage that for quite some time, hopefully to the point where it no longer matters.
Okay, the second question is, this model requires essentially all teachers to be in school.
It doesn't require all teachers to be in school necessarily. There's room for some ways to alter and think about how we can best do things that might require a teacher that is quarantined or a teacher that can't come to work for some reason. We have to build a model that manages the reality of a quarantine. So when you have a quarantine, it could just be because any one of our staff members has a friend they were with that was asymptomatic and they have to quarantine for 14 days. We can't have it be that no learning happens for 14 days except for with a random sub. So we also have a situation where we're looking at how we can support schools with known subs on a regular basis. That's another big part of this.
Right. But the normal mode is teachers in the classroom.
That's normal. That would be.
I mean, it's for this plan, it requires teachers in the classroom because you have some kids in the classroom.
It does, but there's also mechanisms to manage quarantining and
right. Those are.
It allows for us. It allows for us to manage the needs of our staff to the best of our ability.
Are any teachers in the classroom now doing remote learning from the classroom?
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
How many's a lot? I mean, do you have any?
Yeah, I think like the high school, you might have 40 or 50 on any given day. I don't know the numbers offhand, but every school has teachers working from the building every day.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Doug Parker.
Anyone else? Questions? Concerns? Mr. Robinson.
This time I learned to unmute myself before I started. The question I thought it's a great presentation and you did a lot of work on this. And I know you're doing all the sanitation of the classroom and everything, but it's such a thing as contact tracing. In other words, if a kid has it or an adult has it, I think currently now the CDC, I believe, I'm not stating or quoting specifically, but isn't there like a person, I call it a people trail, to see what that person has been contacted? Let's say a kid has it in classroom A, but then if that kid has it in A, how would you find the origin or to see other people that came in contact with that kid from the school bus or drop off to the classroom?
Yep. So Arthur, what happens is
that's my question.
Our responsibility is to determine who has been within 6 feet for 10 plus minutes of time continuously. That's the general rule from the CDC and the health department. So even though the CDC says 15 minutes, the state health department in New Jersey is saying 10 minutes. So you're looking for that sustained time. So you almost do, it's almost like you wish you had a low jack on everybody, Arthur, where we could just kind of go back and GPS their whole trace. We don't have that level of technology. The NFL has that technology. They won't even talk to us about that technology. We actually tried. But the reality is it's a human project to do it. And we have people that are in the process of doing that when we need it. So Jim Conroy is our main guy. The nurses, administration helps. So we do that for every single time, Arthur, there is a symptom or an actual case.
Another quick question. I think in the past, our plans had to be approved by the State Department of Ed. Does this plan have to be approved by the State Department of Ed before it's implemented?
No, our last, no, the State Department, no. We're free, free.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all the questions that I have.
You got it, Arthur. Thanks.
Anybody else have any questions? Mr. Scaletti.
Thank you very much. Sky, I appreciate you and your team, what you guys have done here. When we talk about busing, are kids going to be temperature checked on the bus before they get there, or are they waiting until they get to school?
Yeah, so the whole issue with temperature checks right now is going to be a determination of how we go about that. Right now, what we do is no one's temperature checked before they get on a bus. And that's not going to happen. The question of even doing temperature checks the way we do them now is in question right now. The health department director himself has acknowledged that there's an issue with thermal readers and that they're not actually getting the core temps of somebody. So what they're getting is the temps. For example, if you get out of a hot car because it's a cold day and you get temperature checked in the car, zapped on your head, you can have a very high temp because of your outdoor, because of the skin temp. So we've asked for guidance on that. At this point, we're still waiting for better guidance, but nothing is telling us to go ahead and do that for buses. So that would not be part of our plan.
Okay, thank you.
You got it.
Any other questions? Okay, so
No,
Dr. Parker, go ahead. You got to unmute yourself. Dr. Parker, there you go.
Follow up on the buses. What kind of fraction full do we expect buses to be? And with contract buses, I assume they're part of the contract. Is there sanitizing buses? Do we have any way to verify that? Or
Yeah, I think Jill, our director, is going to be working with them to make sure she knows what they need to do. They have a way to communicate that. I don't know if Ray can jump in on how he's going to do that in a second, Ray. But the answer of we're going to go up to 32 kids on a bus. I showed that last time, Jen. We should have put that slide back in there. For the busing, it's 32. However, our numbers are showing that would be rare to ever reach anywhere near that number. But we're prepared to get to that number if we need to. But it doesn't look like we will at this time.
thank you.
There are specific guidelines that you follow. By putting 32 on a bus, you're spacing the students out. The vehicle will be cleaned as soon as the students exit the bus. There are some companies that are using electrostatic disinfectors to spray the buses at the end of the day so that they're disinfected and sit overnight. Drivers will wear masks when they're on the bus. Students will wear masks when they're on the bus as well.
Thanks, Ray. So I want to move to another phase. We had a curriculum committee prior to tonight's meeting, and I want to introduce Devin Patel, who's the chair of the curriculum committee, to open this part of the discussion. Go ahead, Deb.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Mr. President says that we had a curriculum committee meeting, and then Jan left the last slide with the open discussion regarding the dates. So I would like to have a discussion on a starting date of the school when we implement this plan. This plan is excellent. So there is no doubt that plan, everyone worked very hard, and thanks everyone, each and every members of this committee for working very hard on it. But let's have an open discussion on the plan. So Lisa, I'm gonna ask you to open this.
Okay, thanks, Devin. First, I want to thank everybody for working on the plan. It is a very good plan, very comprehensive. As we move forward with opening the schools, I'm sure there'll be tweaks made. But I had written down some general thoughts about the date, and I wanted to put this out there for the board to talk about if we can discuss it. So I have some notes, so if you wouldn't mind me pulling my notes up and reading from them. So my concern is around the date of November 16th. I'm for the plan. I think it's a great plan. I just want to have a discussion about the date. And the reason is, we've seen now an uptick in COVID cases, and it's starting at all the three levels, right? The federal, state, and local levels. This past week, we saw 19 cases. August 10th, we saw 11, and 36% of those were juvenile. We're starting to see the state transmission rate is increasing over 1%, or 1.16, I should say. On top of that, the New Jersey Travel Advisory is now listing 38 states that are carrying a 14-day quarantine. And we've seen over the past couple weeks, multiple schools that had to flip back to remote or have students quarantined due to outbreaks over the past couple months. For example, and I'm just going to name a few, West Windsor had to quarantine for 14 days after the outbreak. Manasquan had to flip to fully remote, as well as Christian Brothers Academy and some northern schools as well. They flipped back to remote. Given that and the approaching flu season that we have and the holidays that are coming around the corner, my concern is that there will be individuals that will, of course, absolutely take advantage of the time off, right? We have NJEA coming up, we have Thanksgiving coming up, we have Hanukkah, Christmas coming up, and I'm gonna ask Joyce to tell me which is the other one because I always forget.
Diwali.
Diwali, thank you. I always get it confused with Ramadan. I apologize. So we have these holidays coming up, and given the fact that if we were open November 16th, we would be looking at maybe 30 days in total that we would be open. And given that November and December, we're looking at about 20, 22 days, January about 10 days. My concern is that with people coming back from Thanksgiving holiday, we are going to potentially see we could potentially see an outbreak because people will be visiting family members. The holidays bring a great deal of stress for many families, and we don't want to have to add to the worry about kids going back to school and potentially causing some issues. We know that, of course, we're going to see people traveling out of state. They're going to have to quarantine when they come back. So that's 14 days after the Thanksgiving holiday, they're going to have to quarantine. We see a 93% approval rate in our district. The kids are thriving. They're not happy, but they're thriving. My son is a senior. He wants to go back. He and I spoke about this with my husband. We talked it through. He wants to go back. But in talking about the timing, he actually said to me, but if that happens and there's an outbreak and we have to shut down a school or the district, now we're back to 14 days, we're back to remote. So we're causing a level of potential stress and anxiety for families around a very, very busy time season. We know that the students are doing fairly well. We believe they're showing better grades. We believe they're more alert due to sleep, and we've seen a decrease in bullying. But there are kids out there that are saying, hey, we want to go back because I miss my friends and it's hard to make new friends. And I get that. But based on, some of the comments made earlier, safety is the most important thing. And we want to mitigate the risk. So in looking at the fact that 25% want to go back, but 75% want to stay remote, I'm questioning the time frame. If there is an outbreak, we have to flip back to remote, upsetting that apple cart, if you will, right? And causing families distress in a way where some of them may already have plans in place. If they have to go to work now, they may have people coming in. I do know somebody actually that has an individual coming in while they could go out to work. If there's an outbreak, that person's not coming back to watch the children, and the parents are going to have to stay home. So my point is, let's push this plan 30 days. Instead of a November date, let's make it a January date. We know now that it doesn't have to be semester-based because the kids will have their same teacher. And I think that was one of the reasons why we wanted to make it a semester decision, so that we can manage the change in teaching or teachers. So again, we're seeing an uptick. We have flu season coming around the corner. We have stress coming around the corner with the holidays. So a 30-day extension, I don't believe, in my estimation, is too much to ask. I know there's going to be winter sports, and the winter sports can carry on. We've seen that with football. And I know the question will be, well, if we can play sports, why can't we be back in? Well, we're in my estimation, we're looking at a small percentage of children. Basketball, you have 10, 15 kids on a team versus 2,000 kids coming back. So I'm going to leave it there. That's my perspective on this, that I would like to see us consider a later start time. If we have to, we consider maybe even bringing in through segments, bringing back segments. We don't have to all go in at one time. Maybe we segment it out. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Lisa. Devin or Joyce, would you like to? Dr. Parker, I'm going to let the committee speak first, and then I'm going to open up to the rest of the board. Joyce, would you like to
Yes, I would.
make some comments?
Yes, thank you, Lisa, for that introduction about the current concerns that we have right now. I can say as a parent, and I have a 10th grader right now at the high school, I can absolutely say that the health and safety of the students, the teachers, the paras, and the parents are the utmost consideration. That is our highest priority. It has to be. And if we look at the current COVID rates, as Lisa has said, in South Brunswick, if we take South Brunswick as an example, we can see that recently the rates have gone up. And we can also see that even with the small numbers of students that we've had in our schools, that we've also had outbreaks of COVID, which is, to be honest, to be expected in these circumstances. So I would say that, I would go on to say that right now, our district and our Board of Ed, we are heavily reliant on self-reporting. That means self-reporting from parents and from staff to let us know if they have symptoms or if they feel that, they need to be tested. A lot of those students, a lot of staff may be asymptomatic. They don't even know that they have the symptoms. So they can only tell us what they know. How can we rely on self-reporting as a measure in these pandemic times? Mr. Feder has also told us about disclaimers, how we are going to ask parents for the certain disclaimers. Unfortunately, enforcement of disclaimers is very, very difficult, to say the least. As a district, we know that we don't have the means right now to test anybody. There's a huge undertaking to contact trace. We don't have the ability to do that, or the temperature checks is not a possibility at the moment. So what I say to parents, I say that absolutely mental health is our #1 focus, social emotional learning, and with screen time issues, we definitely know that we have those issues. but is this a risk worth taking now? Or can we consider extending this remote learning time until January, where the holidays will have passed, maybe the flu season to an extent will have passed, and less risk? So that's what we're trying to do, right? Is to mitigate the risks for the health and safety of our students, our parents, our teachers. That is number one. And number two is parent choice. Parents must have the ability to make the decision which is best for their family, best for their children. Okay, so the parent choice factor is a huge, huge part of this equation. So I would say that, you know, health and safety is number one. And as we've seen from the survey, it's not only 75%, but a couple of the schools, it's as high as 80% where the parents have decided to go for remote learning. By previous surveys, we've also seen that parents were asked how well the remote learning is working for them. And I think that the figure was almost 93%. 93% say that it's working very, very well. So in these circumstances, asking for a small extension of about 30 days, 30 school days, I feel is the best thing we can do to protect our school community. Thank you.
Thanks, Joyce. Devin, you want to chime in?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President, again. So as Lisa and Joyce said that we are talking about 30 school days. So talking about that, Mr. Feder, are we intend to keep, I know you said that RLC will close once school starts, once we implement this plan. So let's see if we move on to January. Are we planning to keep RLC open?
So right now we've set a motion to open, to have the kids come back on November 9th and 16th. So we've put that in motion, right? So we've informed the community, put that in motion. So if that's going to change, we have to go back and we would discuss the RLCs to see if we can continue to extend them, because the families that would have planned on being back in school when we opened would now not have that healthcare situation. We would have to go back and look at that. I would assume we'd be able to maintain them though, yes.
Okay. The reason my question was that let's see if we will go back 30 school days. We may have kids who might be having trouble learning. We can give them opportunity to bring them back at RLC so that at least we can take care of those children in next 30 days. So 30, I know it looks like 3 months in a time frame wise, but it's 30 school days. And these 30 school days actually can scatter whole school districts. What hard work, what teachers and administration you guys did might go in vain. So I'd highly suggest that please consider this to January, mid-January opening re-entry plan.
Devin, if I can just clarify, when you just said about the RLCs, just caution, the way we have them staffed right now, all of our teachers are teaching the kids remotely, so that we can definitely look at trying to get more kids in, but I just want to caution us on not making sure we're just saying the right thing on that. That wouldn't just be an automatic.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Parker, you had a question or comment?
A couple of comments. First of all, the talk about asymptomatic people, I think is something nobody knows if they're asymptomatic. Nobody knows about them. There's nothing you can do about them. If they're asymptomatic, they're going to go around as if they're not symptomatic and you don't know about them. So I think making that something to worry about, there's not something you can't worry about because it's an unknown. So I think we have to do that. Second of all, my understanding is that we're ready to do this on November 16th. Is that right? That's the date we choose because we felt we could be ready to do this on the 16th. We've talked a lot about parents' choice to keep kids home or not. If we push it back, we're taking away their choice. If they're too stressed about holidays, they don't need to send the kids in. But I think there are a lot of parents that are looking for this, 25% apparently. And I'd be concerned if we're ready for it. And I know the committee has done a tremendous job planning for this, that you can't plan for every eventuality, but In terms of people traveling, that's why they're supposed to quarantine for 2 weeks when they come back, so that they show they don't have symptoms before they come back into the schools. They have to understand that if they're supposed to be in school, but they go out of state, they still have to come in and quarantine. They can't come into school. So I think if we push it back, we're taking away the parents' choice. And if we're ready for it, and this committee has planned for it, and the committee feels this is the route to go, then I, for one, am ready to say, okay, let's go forward with that. I understand the concerns about travel and holidays. I don't think as many people are traveling during the holidays these years because of the very reason. It doesn't matter if your job, if you travel out of town, you have to be out of your job for 2 weeks and quarantine from your job. And if you're an essential worker and supposed to be in your job, you can't be in your job. So a lot of people are making those decisions. I understand that, but I believe that if the school's ready for it, then we need to give the parents the option to do this.
Lisa, go ahead, Ray. Before I want to get the rest of the board before I come back there. Ray, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I want to just say, I think all of the points that Joyce, Devin, Lisa have brought up are excellent. And thank you for bringing them up. But in looking at this and going back over it, to Joyce's point where the parents get to make the decision, the parents do get to make the decision here. If they feel it's in the best interest, and we're doing 93% parents think we're doing a great job learning remote, then they have that decision to make, and it is their decision. It's not the board telling them what to do. If there are kids that are out there struggling that need to be in school, the parents know that, and it is their decision to send their child to school. So therefore, they're getting the best for their child. It's not the board telling them what to do. In addition to that, my one drawback on all of this was, can we accommodate the teachers that have needs? And Scott and Jen answered that question, that if there are teachers that have medical needs, we're going to be able to cover it as a district. So I think in looking at this, it meets all of the requirements that you have listed, Lisa, which I think you did a great job on bringing all of it up, and I'm thanking you for bringing them up. But I think that this puts the control in the parents' hands. It's not the district telling them what to do.
Thanks, Ray. Anyone else have any comments? Mr. Scoletti, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the committee. I do appreciate all your hard work on this. In the learning centers right now, do we have a number of how many kids we bring in each day into the school for learning?
Scott, you got to
Get on mute.
There you go.
We have a little over 100 students who come in to the remote learning centers.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we also have the students who are in, actually it's more than that now, it's probably close to 140. The high school just opened up a 20-kid remote learning center. The middle schools are working on getting about 7 to 10 kids each in their learning centers. And the elementaries have close to that 100 number. And then we have the special needs self-contained classes, K-8. All the parents in those classes that have selected in-person learning, they're all in. All of those teachers are in. Teachers and paras are in. They've been in the entire, 21st. So they're going strong in those programs right now. So.
Okay. The reason I say that is because I know, it's a parent's choice. And be honest with you, there are some kids that just need to be back in school. Some kids just can't sit in front of a computer all day long. And I get that. But for me right now, between the 19th and the first of the year, I think it comes down to, we need to be honest here. The community needs to be honest. If you travel, let us know. If you don't feel good, please keep your child home. That's how this plan is going to work. And, we could put the greatest plan in place, but we really need the honesty from the community to just keep your child home. For me, the 19th, I think it's a starting point. We have quite a few people in the schools already. We have a plan in place. The parents have chosen to say, hey, you know what, I'm ready for my child, or that child's ready to go back. Some kids need to go back into school, and the SEL kids, whoever it is, just need to be there. So, but I want to thank the committee for all their hard work on this, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else with comments? Mr. Delapiano, how are you?
Hey, Barry, how you doing? Hi, Board. Hi, everybody. Listen to everybody. You did a great job on the committee, but I know all the parents want to send their kids back to school. The kids want to go back to school. But here's the thing. We've been out of school since March, and it's been tough the whole year, okay? And for everybody, for people that want to keep me here at the college, my daughter in nursing school, everybody, and all the children at the high school, middle school, grammar schools, all over the state. So, do I agree with the 16th? I would love to put the children back in school for the 16th. But for 3 to 4 weeks, if something goes crazy with the flu, with the pandemic or whatever, we've been out since March. So for 3 or 4 weeks, we can't wait another 3 or 4 weeks till after the new year and see where we're going with this. That's the only thing I'm concerned. I know parents have to go to work. We all have to go to work. We have to do what we have to do. But, we've been doing it now since March. So for 3 to 4 weeks, I don't think it's going to hurt. I know people have to try and make accommodations to do what they have to do now. So that's my opinion. But, but great job, committee. Parents, I feel bad for you, but teachers, I feel bad. But we have to think of who's involved here. Teachers who are up there in age and ready to retire, who could catch something. Parents, they can bring it home to their parents or their grandparents. I know the traveling has a lot to do with it too, with Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all the other holidays that you spoke about. So I'm just saying, I think we should wait till after January. Dr. Park, you made a great point, but I think I'm against you this time.
Thanks, Pat.
That's it. Thank you, Pat.
Any other comments? Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Every day I go to, every day since March, I've been going to work. I'm considered an essential employee, and my job touches upon health. That's why I asked about contact tracing. My job, pertains to making sure people are healthy and that they're safe and stuff like that. And I would state that the committee did an extremely good job with looking at going to that next step. And I agree with Scott stating that we can't be scared. We gotta move forward and stuff. And then, I listened to some of my fellow board members just basically state, and Lisa put it in there, George put it there, Joe, the board stated mainly, I think more than anything, the health is paramount. And I agree, this virus, the last time we had something like this was a Spanish flu 100 years ago. And we've learned a lot since that. But if we err on the side of safety, I'm going to state from, what I believe. I'm not a health expert, but I'm an avid reader and I do read a lot. And I listen to Dr. Fauci, the health expert, epidemiologist. And I would say, I would move it to January. I would say those three weeks as Mr. Del Piano spoke about. I think we should do that. I know about the quarantine. I know about the 10 days to 14 days and stuff like that. I'm going to err on the side of caution. I'm going to say, yeah, they did a lot of work, keep the model that we have. And then in January, like a board member stated, the flu is over. March will be the anniversary of the virus, so to speak. So I'd rather sleep at night, just knowing that I was cautious. And I know that people on the committee, when they thought about this, they were extremely cautious, and the district that did all the work. But as a board member, I'm going to have to go with pushing it to January. Thank you.
Lisa, you wanted to jump in?
No, I some of the comments actually Pat and are actually commented on, so I'll back down. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Parker, go ahead.
Just a reminder, we're talking about 30 school days, not 4 weeks. It's 30 school days. It's close to 2 months calendar-wise. You're going from mid-November to sometime in January. So it's not just a couple of weeks. It's longer than that, just to be clear. I want to agree with Mr. Scaletti that it's in order for any plan we put in to work, the community has to work with us. The community has to follow the guidelines. If you don't, then no plan we put in will work. That all being said, I still think that we should be able to do it on the 16th. Let the parents decide. If nobody comes in the 16th, so be it. But I think there are kids that need it, and we need to, and we're prepared for it. It's what our plan is designed for. We should do it.
Any other comments?
Just very quickly, just to
Yeah,
say.
go ahead, Joyce.
Yeah, just to say that, Dr. Parker, this is exactly what we're trying to do in good conscience as a board member, is to mitigate the risks. And it's 30 school days, which doesn't seem a lot, but it comes at a very crucial time of the year, number one. And number two, the parents have the right to send their children to school. They have to make that decision. So if parents decide for whatever reason that they would still like to send their child to school, then that is, we respect that decision. So nothing changes there, but we're trying to mitigate the risks to other students and to teachers and to paras and to parents. That's all we're trying to do. Thank you.
Right, but to mitigate the risk, you'd stay remote.
Yes, well, that's another
Stay
choice.
remote until
Yeah.
this is over. I don't think that's good for the kids.
Yeah, but 75% of the survey, 75% of the respondents want to stay remote. So we want the kids to go back. I want my son to go back. He's a senior. I don't want him missing any more time. This is a very crucial time for him. But in talking with him, he actually said, but why are we going back at a time when it's flu season and the holidays? And he said, what's 30 more days? Because that's the amount of time that they'll be in school.
Well, it's for those 25% of kids that need to be there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, I don't want us not to go back to school. I want us to go back to school. But I'm looking at it from a health and safety perspective for not just my child, but for all the children. That's how I'm looking at it. And we have flu season coming in, and we have a stressful time, and we know that stress adds to sickness. We know that as a human race, people know that, scientifically proven that stress lowers your immune system. So when we have the holidays coming up, sending our kids back, knowing that we have this COVID out here, and that they're sitting in a classroom without any air ventilation other than the HVAC system, which I know is safe, it still puts a lot of stress on parents. And 30 days, if there's a child that needs to go back, that child has the ability to go to a remote learning center.
Yeah, but that's not the same as in the class.
Oh, I know it's not the same, but it won't be the same if we have to shut down for 2 weeks or for another month, go and flip back to remote, causing more upheaval for families.
That's true. That's why we need the community to follow the guidelines to keep that from happening.
But we've already seen that that didn't happen with one school. But we've just saw that it didn't happen.
Stress of the holidays.
No, no, no.
It's stressful for everybody.
Absolutely. I'm talking about the parents not following protocol. We've just had an outbreak. Thank God Scott's team knew how to handle that. And I applaud them.
Outbreak. We had a
But-
couple people reported as having it. That's not an outbreak.
And all it takes is two people on an or two students in an unrelated classroom. Two students in an unrelated classroom. And Scott, please jump in if I'm incorrect. If there's two students in a school in one class and all the way down the hall, that school shuts down.
As long as it's unrelated, that's the rules of the state. Yes.
So two kids in the same building.
And that will happen in January as well as November.
Correct, correct. But we'll have a better handle on the sicknesses that are out there. We will see that if the spike drops, if the spike goes up, we already see it going up now.
So then
We've
we
seen
can
an
close for
increase.
flu season every year?
No, I'm not talking about flu season. I'm talking about
That's
COVID.
what but COVID is there no matter what. We're dealing with it now with the remote learning centers.
Right, but we're seeing spike.
But we're not.
The only reason
closing
we
the
get
schools down.
spikes when people.
We're going to do, so what you're saying is we're going to present the remote learning center to those 25% that need to be in school. So why can't we just open the schools up and let the parents make the
But
decision?
we don't know if they need to be in school. We just know that they want
parents
to be.
know.
No, they would like to be. That's the question. And where did we come up with the 16th of November? We came up with the 16th of November because it was a semester decision.
Correct.
Which made sense, but it's not the reason anymore.
But
Because
why
based
should
on
we
the
make the-
plan, no,
But
let me
you're not
finish.
letting the parent make the decision.
Ray.
You're making.
You're Ray. Let Lisa finish.
Let me
please.
finish, please. Thank you. We were given the information that was starting on the 16th because it was semester based. Okay, semester based. That's not an issue anymore because the plan that we were just presented shows that the kids are going to have the same teacher. They don't have to switch teachers. So the semester discussion is a moot point. So the date is now open. Had parents known that prior to, maybe they would have had a different decision. So I was put on this board by people that put trust in me that I'm going to make the right decision for them. Not the right decision, the best decision. Okay. And in my estimation, I would rather see health and safety first, get through the holidays, see the spike go down in New Jersey. Hopefully it will. I pray to God it will. Okay. I don't want it to see it go up. I want my kid to go back to school, but I am not justifying my decision without considering the risk associated with the health of every single child and the community.
Absolutely. Safety is paramount. But what do you do in January if the spike is still there or still going up?
Then we have to make a decision. Then this board has to have a discussion to decide which way to go.
Agreed.
Okay, guys. So, Scott, I have a question. And we spoke about it today. If this board is interested in bringing back in segments, how does that work?
We revert to the phase 4 and we would start to identify the students that we would want to bring back that we identified, open the door for parents in some way. But the issue where we got caught up in that is your staff is working with the students they're teaching. So if the students who get brought back, those teachers then would be pulled from teaching the classes in some capacity. So we have to work around that. The phase 4 model called for bringing in our younger kids and going that route. That would require us to begin to look at our schedule and our busing, because we have to start busing at that point. So that would require us to assess that. That could alter the schedules. So anything to do with bringing kids back in a wholesale manner, meaning all of a grade, all of a different level, K2, sixth grade, ninth grade, you'd have to revert the entire schedule to the schedule we presented tonight or one very similar to that. So that would be a switch and you'd still have remote. So the schedule we presented tonight is a schedule that works for in person. It would also work for remote, but it wouldn't be necessary for remote. So when we were doing the phase 4 model, we got to the point where we realized that might just be too much upheaval for a short period of time. A lot of the emails I've gotten and Jen has gotten over the last week and even prior has been about disruption and to be careful of disruption. Like we don't want to lose our teachers. We don't want our teachers pulled. We don't want that. Makes perfect sense. Teachers don't want that either. When we talk about bringing in the next group, we'd have to build a model that could involve some level of disruption, but could start to get students in, less students, right? Again, we've done this. We have students in. So bringing students into the school, our only experience so far has been successful. We have not had a non-successful situation with bringing kids back to school. Not one. And I do have to agree with Dr. Parker on one point. One student is not an outbreak. You can't use the term outbreak to describe a COVID case. That's a dangerous little game that people hear outbreak and it a little panicky. I know that no one's intention is that, of course, but the word outbreak means it's actually a defined term in the medical field regarding this particular topic. And we've had nothing that resembles an outbreak. You've not seen the word outbreak on anything I've written. The word outbreak is nowhere in our vocabulary at this point in South Brunswick. And we want to keep it that way, which is why if there's a case, we deal with the case. If there's a symptom, we deal with the symptom. So just want to make sure our community and our board understand that. Very different terms. Even though the health department has deemed 2 independent cases in a building requires school closure, we have not had that. It doesn't mean we won't have that, I'll be honest. I'm not trying to sway anybody. I'm just trying to say that is the reality. So best I can tell you is we've only had success bringing students back. That's all we can report is success in bringing students back into school. Doesn't mean the model is perfect. It doesn't mean the education is perfect, but it's not going to be. It's going to be as good as we can do, though. And if the board wants to not bring back kids on November 16th, and then you want me to continue with phase 4, and I will bring the team back together, and we will get back to work.
Thank you.
Yeah, some of you are making it sound like that those who put this plan together for the 16th didn't consider safety. And that it would be therefore safer to do it later. I think safety was a big part of what they thought. And based on the track record we have of bringing kids back, they felt that the 16th would be an appropriate time. I don't think I have any evidence that would override that. Yes, there are some thoughts about, well, what about holidays? What about people traveling? That's what the protocols are in place for. The reason the numbers go up is when people forget the protocol. You must stay with the protocol until this is over. And when people forget the protocol, that's when it goes up. And as long as our school community is willing to stick with the protocol, I think it'll work to start on the 16th. That's my opinion. I believe that the administration and committee that put that date forward had the best interest of kids in mind. So I would prefer to do that.
Any other comments? Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, it seems like what's the next step in terms that the board has to do? Could a motion be made to table this decision until January? And or is the next step that the board, because Lisa did raise a good point. You know, we are, like I've always stated in the past, we are elected representatives of the board, I mean, of the community, and they put the trust in us to make decisions. If there's no slant against what the committee worked on or what have you, but that's something that we cannot delegate to a committee. The committee made a recommendation. It came up with November 16th. It was put to the board for initial comments and then for discussion. So I guess it's a parliamentary consensus of the board to move it to January, the plan.
But we would need a motion and a second, and then we would do a vote.
David, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
That now, or would you do that? Is the motion being made as part of the agenda?
We could do that right now, and then we would add it to the agenda.
I think this item's important enough that it should be separated from the rest of the agenda.
Correct.
Yeah, so can I get a motion either way, please?
Oh, I think, well, parliamentary inquiry, I think what we have to do is we have to amend the agenda if we're going to take something out of the agenda.
You're always free to take something
that's
out
not
of
a
the
part of
consent
the
agenda and
agenda.
vote on it separately.
Correct.
Any board
Yeah,
member-
right now, guys,
any
there's
board
no
member can ask for something.
There's nothing on the agenda right now, right?
Right now, there's nothing on the agenda. One thing you can do is you could choose to make a motion, and you can do that you can do it with the agenda, but you can also separate it out. The choice you have to make now, do you want to set a motion now and make a vote now, or do you want to make a motion now and do you want to vote separately but with the agenda? So if you look at the way the rest of the board meeting flows, you have to ask yourself the question of, do you want to do it right now, or do you want to wait a little bit later and do it with the agenda? That's kind of where you have to decide.
Right. And if I could just add, right now, if you make a motion, the motion has to be specific with regards to the start date after winter break. Second to the motion, I could do a first and a second, and I could take a vote, and we could make that part of the agenda.
I would like to move.
This is important enough, it should be done now.
Correct.
I would like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I would like to make a motion that we pass the plan that was created by the committee, and that the second motion would be that we move the start date to January 17th, if that is the correct date.
There's no second motion, so you're making a motion
Sorry.
to enact the.
No,
plan.
it's the 19th.
The
if you're gonna
19th.
do-
I'm enacting the motion to accept the plan only, not the date.
Well, I think what you're trying to say is you want to accept the plan, but have a start date after winter.
Correct, correct. Thank you, David. I appreciate the clarification.
So you're saying, so there's a motion on the table by Mrs. Rogers to accept the current plan and have a start date after winter break.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Wait a second.
I'll second it.
Oh, I'll let the chair second.
David, before you go, David, just hear me out for a second, David.
Go
You have
ahead.
a motion in a second. You're looking to do this now. Now you would have discussion before you would vote.
Correct.
Correct.
We have an opportunity for discussion.
If there is any.
Any discussion?
I would like to see us push it back a little bit so that we can hear the public comment before we make our final decision.
There's already a motion
So
on
is there-
the
is there
floor
a motion of
made
this
by
on the
Lisa.
consent
It has to be
So there is.
parliamentary inquiry. There's already a motion on the floor by Lisa. So and then right now we went into discussion. I think there should be a motion, then a second, and then discussion before another motion can come on to open it to the public. We can't go back and forth. So
we
there's
can't-
already
You
a
can't have multiple
motion
motions on
by
the table.
Lisa.
You can't have multiple
On
motions
the,
on the.
No,
Correct.
you got to vote on one and then the other.
Hey, let me go for a
That
minute.
fail.
But excuse me.
Everybody, let me go for a minute.
For the
Dr.
motion.
Parker, Dr. Parker, 1 second, please. 1 second. Let's try and be clear. You have a motion on the table. You have a second on the motion. Now it is discussion. The discussion can include anything about this motion you want, but don't make a new motion.
correct.
Yeah, you can only amend a motion, but I believe the motion maker can pull it off the table for now.
So Ray was trying to speak, Dr. Parker was trying to speak. Let's just try and make sure this is important work. Let's just try and make sure everyone gets a chance to share.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray. You want to finish your comment? You got to unmute
Yes,
yourself.
because of the fact it is such an important decision, I would like to see the motion be withdrawn for right now, brought up later in the meeting, so we can hear public comment, so that when we do vote on it, we have all the information and feedback, not saying afterwards, oh, we should have done this, we should have. It's not going to hurt us to push it back for another 10 minutes, listen to public comment.
Okay.
Can I-
Dr. Parker, you were going to have a comment?
I was just going to say the maker of the motion can withdraw it. I think the board would have to respect Lisa's right to make the motion later in the meeting and not somebody come up with a motion first that has to be voted on.
Correct.
So
Right.
if we agree that Lisa's going to withdraw it now, she has the right to make it after we've heard public content and not somebody else come up with an alternate motion first.
Two. Mr. Delapiano, you have a comment?
Yeah, why is the January 19th? Where's that date from, Lisa?
I'm sorry, Pat, one more time.
January 19th, where'd that date come from?
The date came from that it would be 2 weeks after we got back. Two reasons, okay? That we'd be back for 2 weeks. So the quarantine period, if anybody was traveling, it would be in for 2 weeks. And that would be the start of the third semester.
So that Tuesday, the 19th.
Right.
Yes, because
Monday the 18th is Martin Luther King's
Martin Luther King,
birthday.
that is correct. So the start of the semester, but it's 2 weeks after New Year's Day is on a Friday.
Right,
So
I got a calendar.
Oh, thank you, Pat. But there was 2 reasons behind it. And I was following the same thought process of the second semester date of November 16th.
Discussion on the motion.
Any other comments? Lisa, do you want to consider
we
raise
keep it at one Pat?
comments? That's up to
Sorry,
you.
Pat. Let Pat.
Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
So that date can't be changed, like just to move up a little bit, or no? What if there's no cases or nothing? I would try and move that up closer.
That's always an option. Like I said, I was looking at it for 2 reasons, right? Semester and 2 weeks quarantine period, if you will, that everybody seems to follow.
For that to occur, you would have to amend your motion.
Well, let me ask you, David, my motion was to accept the plan, not the date.
Your motion specifically, as I read it, was to accept the plan. I don't know where January 19th came from either. Your motion was to accept the plan and implement the start date after winter break. That leaves you dateless. It's after winter break,
Okay,
which
so,
ends
go ahead, I'm sorry.
January 4th, I believe.
Okay, so the question I have is, let me think about my question for a second. So if I'm withdrawing my motion, you're asking to make the motion after public comments to allow people to speak. But if I make a motion to accept the plan with the date TBD date, can we go forward with this motion?
No, I
Okay.
think you.
Just wanted to make it clear.
So what you could do is withdraw the motion and then make it when we prior to us approving the action items tonight.
Not a problem. I can withdraw the motion and I would love to have individuals speak. Thank you.
Or motion is withdrawn.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. So then I'm going to move forward to public comments. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. Complete copies of the rules that govern this portion of the meeting can be obtained in an advance copy by contacting the board office during regular business hours. We reserve the right to limit each speaker to no more than 3 minutes. And our plan to listen to each member of the public. We will note all questions and comments made. Once all questions and comments from all members of the public are made, the Board of Education will respond, if necessary, to questions or comments in the most timely and efficient manner available. Please consider not repeating comments and questions made by other members of the public. I ask that you state your name, place of residence, or group affiliation. Mr. Pulaski, anyone sign up prior to the meeting?
I don't have any prior signups. I have 29 people with their
David, you do have a sign up. Akash Kanan did register.
They registered with my office?
I'm not sure, but he did reach out. If you can call on him first, please.
All right, Akash, here we go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akash Kanan. I live in Monmouth Junction, New Jersey. I'm a member of the South Brunswick High School class of 2018 and a member of the Rider University class of 2022. I would love to tell all of you that my question is that if we move the start date up to November, do you think that it will make an impact, like maybe putting things in groups, like 5 groups go in one day each, and this will limit the number of people with COVID cases, and this will drastically reduce cases. Also, my proposal for homecoming will probably be sometime in December or January.
Okay, thanks, Akash.
Thank you. Next up, we have April White.
Oh, yes. Hi, I'm April White. I'm from Monmouth Junction. My children go to Monmouth Junction School. We agree with Lisa Rogers in stating that we start in January, preferably January 19th. And then we also want to just quickly say that in regards to the people that didn't, make aware of that they were sick and then they sent their kids to school. I mean, who's to say that's not going to happen again? And that's all. So, thank you.
Thank you, April. Go ahead, Mr. Pulaski. Next.
Next we have, is it Rihanna?
Yes, hello. I do agree with Mrs. Rogers' assessment of mitigating the risk and keeping it after the holiday season, which is known for excessive travel and stress, high levels of stress. I did also have questions regarding a full day schedule and mask breaks. That is a very long time for children to be wearing masks, and I was wondering if they will be provided with mask breaks outdoors on a regular basis. And finally, my last question revolves around lunch, and will lunches be served in, or will they be expected to pack their lunches again to mitigate the risks of serving?
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Nathanson,
Go ahead, Mr. Vedder.
They're very quick answers.
Okay.
Yes, mask breaks, and they can either bring a lunch or they can get a bagged boxed lunch from the lunch service.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say they will be mask breaks? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, we'd have to have mask breaks in the course of a day, of course, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next up is Kashik.
Kashik, you have to unmute yourself to speak. Kashik, you got to unmute yourself. It's down to the left corner.
All right. I'm going to move on
Okay.
to Caitlin.
Caitlin, you want to speak? Caitlin, you got to unmute yourself if you want to speak.
All right.
Last chance, Caitlin. Okay, next, David.
We next have Jean. Jean, you're up.
Jean, hello. There she is. Hello,
Okay.
Jean.
Hi, my name's Jean Hartwig, and I live in Kendall Park. I have two children living here. One goes to high school, and one goes to the middle school. They do not do well at home with the remote learning. We sent them to.
Oh, you muted yourself again,
Sorry.
Jean. There you go.
They have gone into the other Center for Learning. They don't do well there either. They don't attend their classes. I would like to see the proof of the 90% of all the people who do not want to send their children back. I think it's ridiculous. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Pulaski.
Next up, we have Chi-Chi.
Hi, everyone. I want to agree with the last speaker. The remote learning center is not the same as a classroom. In fact, I feel that parents who have no choice but to send their children to the remote learning center are finding that the kids who are home are actually doing better than the ones at the remote learning center because they just don't have anyone there really motivating them to focus, asking them to focus. The teacher's not there, the parent's not there. So my question now is, why remove the choice for parents to decide to send their children to school, for the ones who want to? The decision to move it back to December or January is removing the choice that parents have to say, okay, I want to send my child or I want to leave my child home. I don't think it's really mitigating any risk, because if it's just 25% of parents that want to send their kids to school and most of the others want their kids to be home, then it might not be much different than the kids going to the remote learning center already, which has been said to be a success. So I feel like not doing it is removing the choice that parents have and depriving those kids who need to be in the classroom of the opportunity to be in the classroom, because parents can either decide to send or not send. So that's like a choice thing. And with what I hear about all the safety measures and everything, I don't think it's much different doing it now than doing it later, because COVID is still going to be around later. I don't think it's going to be any different. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sahar.
Yes, this is Sahar from Kendall Park. My daughter going to Constable School. And I want to share my point about, I feel I'm getting punished here. You punished me for being responsible parent, following the state and district rules with everything to keep my family safe. It's my own decision. I'm grown up enough to make my decision for my daughter and my baby. Just I have baby 5 months old. Everyone's safe and healthy. We follow the protocols. You send me a question, I answer. I said I want my daughter going back to school. Eventually she needs to go. We need to live our life. You punish me for others, people who decided to make a gathering and go party and have 100 people in their homes and they want to quarantine. And for me, I have decided to want to keep my family safe. I'm not going to go on vacation this year. Let's just skip this year. Let's get people educated in a very good manner. Let's keep everyone live their normal life. You punish me. You want to keep pushing the date just because people would like to have a big gathering and have a meal together. All the community group in South Brunswick have a special event and gathering. All respects. They said no gathering, no gathering. No one see each other for months. Don't make me feel I punished here for being responsible and committed to the rules. Because I committed, I want my daughter back. And I believe that 20% of the community who decided to go back, believe me, they are very hardworking parents. They want to feed their family. They want to have their children to get the best education. We follow the rules. What else we can do? What else we can do to provide our children the best education? You ask me, please respect my decision. If the district's saying they are ready to go, leave it for me. If I want to go, I will send my children back to school. If I want to have a party and gathering and vacation, please stay your home. No one begging you. No one pull you from your home to go to school. But don't punish me and let me stay in my home for another 1 week or 2 weeks. And keep in mind, I'm a professional. I have a professional engineering. I'm working for 10 months, for 10 years in this district. I know what protocol means. I know what commitment means. I do know what give me a choice for my own family means. I work hard to get what I know. Please don't steal this away from me just because of others decided to go on vacation where other community member lost their jobs. Let them go back to school as soon as possible. Otherwise, we need super mental health support for everyone. First, the parent, second, the children. Please keep this in mind. I'm not a kid here. I'm responsible parent, make my own decision for my own family. Let's go back what, as Scott Fodder said, for elementary, November 9th, for high school, November 16th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Megan.
Hi, my name is Megan Ianello. I am a parent. I live in Kendall Park. I'm a parent of a high school student and a middle schooler. I am also a staff member. I have been in school working since the first day. I have been in the RLC and I am in now with the special education classes. We made decisions as parents. They need to be respected. Thank you, Dr. Parker. Thank you, Mr. Scaletti, and thank you, Mr. Kuhner, for agreeing to keep the choice in the parents' hands. We did not make this decision lightly. We made the decision based on the needs of our children. I get that. I understand the whole fact that what Lisa's saying about holidays, but guess what? January, parents might go away on Martin Luther King Day because that's a 3-day weekend. So are we going to then extend it into February? Well, then we hit February, which has President's Day weekend. Are we going to extend it from there? Why don't we just extend it through spring break? And the fact that certain board members are okay with inside winter sports happening but not allowing children in the building is ridiculous. Indoor sports, the governor said that we can do wrestling. So you're going to have kids breathing on each other, but yet you're not going to allow our kids to sit in a classroom 6 feet apart wearing masks. You're going to allow kids to play basketball. Many of these board members are involved in sports outside of the school. Our kids are out on the field. They are doing what needs to be done. They're washing their hands. They're wearing the masks when needed. We followed the rules. Exactly what the woman said beforehand. We made the educated decision as parents based on the model, November 9th and November 16th. The semester is only affecting the high school. So we need to kind of get that out of our heads. No, the elementary school is not on a semester. Theirs does not end until January. The middle schools is a trimester, not the semesters. So the dates only affected the high school. That's why our elementary kids were going back and our middle school kids were going back November 9th. We can't keep pushing this off. Our kids need to be back in school for the parents who have made that decision. Do not take our choice away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Education. Just to give you some background, my name is Lori Lubieski-Hutmaker. I'm a principal in Cranford Public Schools at Orange Avenue, which is a 3rd to 8th grade school. I am also the school safety and security specialist for the district. We have been in person, and my elementary students have been in for half days, 5 days a week, okay, since September 14th. We have been successful. We have attestation forms that are done on an app daily. Temperature checks are taken at the door. My middle school are hybrid because my school is 90% in person. My child is a 3rd grader at Monmouth Junction School, and in Cranford, she would be in 2nd grade because she is an October 26th birthday. My husband is a dean at a university in Manhattan, working at home, doing 3-hour Zoom calls, and my child is left alone. I am not going to put her in with a para because we do have a father home. We need the kids back in school. That is where she will get her best education. We had a choice. We made that choice. We want her in person. People talked about masks. My kids have mask breaks every day. We do snack in my elementary classes. Every other row, they are 12 feet apart. All desks are 6 feet apart. It is successful. The kids are happy. They smile with their eyes. They wear their masks all day long. I have not had one mask problem. I have seen this be successful. I am proud and happy that my kids are back in person. And I am sad that in Cranford, we are giving so much more to our children than my child is receiving here in South Brunswick. So I implore you, you asked me my opinion, I gave it to you. Please abide by my choice and let my child back in school. Honestly, I feel November 9th is way too long. I would have liked her back in school way before this. And November 9th is circled with a star on my calendar because I was like, thank God. My emotional well-being of being a parent, doing for other people's children where my child is not getting that same care kills me. And my husband is left to carry the brunt. And we are two very well-educated people. My husband has a doctorate. I've got a couple master's degrees. I got to tell you, we have one child, only one. And I am feeling the stress, okay? And not because of my job, because of my home life. So I just implore you, please let the kids back in. Thank you so much for your time, and please do what's best for our kids.
Thank you. Next, we have Megan. Did Megan already speak? I think Megan already spoke, correct?
Sorry, Megan spoke already.
Yep. Got to put your hand down, people. Let's see, we have Agnieszka.
Yes, hi, my name is Agnieszka Wojtowicz. I'm from Mammoth Junction. I have 3 kids. One is in Greenbrook Elementary School, 2nd grade. The other is on the South Crossroad, 6th grade. And I have also a middle schooler. So I want to tell you that this is very disappointing that you want to pull the date like January. I have 3 kids. One is going to stay home, chose remote learning to the end because he has no problems, he can do it. But my other 2 kids, they have IEP at school. Last few weeks, months, it's a disaster. I have anxiety and depression because of that. My kids have anxiety. They crying, screaming. I have to be with one of them all the time, so the other one is left. I feel like they behind. They cannot focus. They cannot do anything by themselves. I'm there with them from 8:30 in the morning till 3 o'clock with one of them. The other one is trying to do stuff by himself, which after I'm trying between go back and forth, they doing awful. They have to go back to school. They have to. And like Lisa said that, 25% of parents want the kids to go. No, we need our kids to go to school. I don't want my kids to go to school. I would prefer them to stay home. But I see that they going behind. They not learning anything because they cannot focus. They want to stand up. They crying, they screaming when it's a Zoom time. It's a disaster. Disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have, this is an interesting one, iPad.
Sorry, my name is Dhruti. It's just talking from my iPad, it says iPad. So I live in Monmouth Junction. I have one child. He goes to South Brunswick. To be honest, it has been great. I have seen his grades and the teachers have done outstanding job. So my only concern is I understand that the parents who wants to send the kids back, let them send it back. But the kids who are working from home remotely, I think it's punishment to them as well, because now one teacher is focusing 10 kids in classroom and 10 kids online. How can you guarantee that my child will get same attention that he is getting right now from one teacher, everybody online? That is my concern. It's not going to work out same with one teacher focusing half online and half in school. So my request is, for that 25%, can the district make separate classes and bring those kids in with focused teacher in classroom just for that kids, and not have half of them focusing online and half of them focusing? So I hope that board and Mr. Federer, look into that plan. I have no problem, and I respect the decision for other parents too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Nick.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My concern is I am a parent of I'm from Monmouth Junction. My son is in Constable Elementary. My wife and I are essential workers. We work every day, all the time. Luckily, we have a grandma that helps pick up our son. We change our schedules all the time. Regardless of what is made, if you choose to postpone till January, we urge you to please keep the remote learning centers open. It has been an amazing thing for my son. He's excelling at the remote learning center. His teachers say he's doing really well there. And my only other thing is I ask of the people that are against opening up on November 9th for the elementary schools, are you doing this because you're worried about the children? Because the parents that decide to send their kids there, they want their kids there. Are you worried about the teachers? Is there some situation where the teachers can still be remote and then we have paras in the classroom? Because my child doesn't have a choice. I cannot let my mother-in-law try to get him through school every day. He needs to be focused. He needs a good, safe environment, which, Mr. Federer, I praise you. The remote learning experience at Greenbrook has been amazing. All the people there have been amazing. The way you guys run things, I'm almost in tears, has been amazing. And I thank you guys for all that. And just please keep the essential parents in your thoughts about what you do, because we need you. Because mother-in-laws, grandmas, grandpas, they can't do it. We can't do it because if we lose our job, we lose our house, we lose everything. So we need you guys to provide these safe environments that you've done so far and continue to do that. And I thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next up, we have Doug Peterson.
Hi, my name is Doug Peterson. I'm from Kendall Park, and my son is a high schooler. I made a decision to send my son back to school. Please respect that decision. Why do you feel you're more qualified to make that decision for my family? I certainly don't understand. I thought asking that question, what you want your child to do, was good enough. to people who don't want to send their kids to school, don't send your kid. But my child wants to go back very badly. So please respect my decision as a parent. Know that I know what's good for my child and let him go back to school. Delaying it into January is certainly no guarantee that things are going to get better in January. And if you're covering and taking the precautions for COVID, you're also taking the precautions for the flu. So don't throw the flu question in there. It's the same precautions. So just respect my decision as a parent. There's no reason why you're more qualified to make that decision than I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Atia.
Hello, my name is Atia Ahmed. I have two kids in MJ. One just started kindergarten, one is started third grade. I also have a 2-year-old who I had to put in preschool at the age of 2.5 because two of my kids, I had to attend to them at home and the remote schooling. I pay a lot of money for preschool. I did not intend to send her back till next year, till she was older. Because of COVID and all the school decisions that were made, I had to send her and spend that money. Secondly, you asked the parents to make their choice. The choice is theirs. Please respect it. You don't know what is going on in people's household. The kids, I have a bachelor's in psychology. I have worked in a nonprofit agency, and I have seen things that, I would see in my clients. I have started to see that in my kids. They need to go to school and have a social life, even in school with mask and social distancing. And this COVID thing you don't know when it's going to go away. Just today, Dr. Fauci said that we might have efficient vaccine by end of April, which will be available to the elderly in the beginning and the essential healthcare workers. So you don't know when I'm going to get the health vaccine. When are you going to get the health vaccine? When are our kids going to get it? So we might be living with this for next 2 years. Are we supposed to stay remote forever and affect my kids' education? No, I have a kindergartner. Third grader, he's doing well, but my kindergartner struggles. She got the technology down, but you cannot take away that in-person, hands-on working, schooling away from her. You asked us to make a decision. We made it. Please respect it. And thank you, Ms. Fetter and Ms. Disler and everybody else who supports, a lot of parents that came here. I especially heard Sahar, and I was like, she's speaking my mind. And everyone who's comparing, I have a senior in high school, I have a child in middle school. You don't know what a parent of a kindergartner is going through at this time. So please, don't make those comparisons. It's very hurtful because I'm not in your place, you're not in my place. That's why you had a survey sent out. Parents answered. Please respect it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next up, we have Gina.
Good evening, everybody. Gina DiVincenzo, Seaforth, Monmouth Junction, New Jersey. I'm also here with Clifford Seaforth, and I'm speaking on both of our behalves. First of all, Cliff is an essential worker. He has not missed a day of work since the big pandemic began. I am an educator myself. I am going back in person on October 26th. So I am speaking to you from an educator standpoint and from a parent standpoint. I understand that the remote survey came back saying 90% of parents were happy with remote learning. I responded that I was satisfied with the remote learning. With remote learning, the survey didn't ask, compare remote learning to in-person instruction. So that data is skewed as far as I'm concerned, okay? If you had asked me, do you think that your child is doing as well on remote learning as they are in person? I would have said absolutely not. No one is here in my home to see how I have to coax my 16-and-a-half-year-old about every half an hour. Are you online? And she's almost an adult. Are you online? Are you focused? Are you engaged? Why are you texting during class? Get off of your phone. These are things usually the in-person teacher has to do. I know because I'm a high school teacher. Why are you looking down, child? Are you on your phone? I do these things all day long in in-person instruction. So I understand what the teachers go through, but now I'm doing that. In addition, my daughter has a 504. She needs redirection, rephrasing, repetition. Let me say, the South Brunswick teachers, I applaud them. At least the ones that my daughter they have been getting it done. They are going above and beyond to try to create a robust learning experience for my child. A human being can only do so much on Zoom. A human being can only do so much on Zoom. This is not about me wanting my child to go back to school. My child needs to be in school because she needs the support in school that she would normally get. They won't be coming up to her right next to her, but they'll be able to do more in person, as others have said. I have made a choice. Cliff has made a choice. We have both been out. He is working. It is our choice. I am a teacher, so I am coming at the respect from an educator, and I am fine going back to work. For those that are immunosuppressed, I feel for you. Those people are vulnerable. Yes, they have to stay home. I completely understand, and I just want to be sensitive to that. I'm not minimizing anybody who might be at risk. But for everybody else who has made the decision, we are educated, we know the risk, and this is not about want. This is about need. Because if it was just about want, well, I just homeschool her all the time. She needs to be out of this house. Being on the dining room table at Zoom and her come, Mommy, I need to stand up. Mommy, I need to walk around. She's 16 and a half. Please. A lot of people are on here. A lot of people have spoken. I know there are no easy decisions, but we have made that tough decision, that 25% of us. Please, I implore you to hear the voices that are speaking tonight. Again, no one has an easy job. Thank you all for all that you are doing, for the thankless job that you are doing, and I appreciate you listening. Have a good night.
Thanks, Gina. I appreciate it. David?
Yeah, we have 66 more people that are registered to talk. I think
Oh
we
my
might
God.
want to institute a 3-minute rule.
Yes, please. Everybody just, it's 3 minutes. So state your opinion and we'll be able to hop the next person on. Thanks.
Swarna, you're up.
Hi, my name is Swarna, and I have a child that started middle school. And first of all, appreciation for all of you and all of us. We are all in this together is what I believe. And it's not easy for anybody. It's hard. At the same time, there are a couple of questions. I'll try to, summarize all that I wanted to say. I have been participating in almost all of these reentry forums and, have been hearing the changing, conversations. But first of all, hearing today, I feel that there is still, a lot of divided opinion, even in the board about, it's not about reopening. It's not about the 25% or the 75%. But as a parent, what I'm more concerned about is the fact that suddenly the last 6 months, the seriousness that we kind of attributed to the pandemic, we are suddenly kind of, letting it slip away, especially hearing from 2 senior board members here, Dr. Parker and Mr. Kuhner, because the recent stats in the state is not going in the right direction. And for the past week, and I do follow the science. I am, familiar with, what I'm talking about. And I am an advocate of actually in-person instruction. And that was my choice in the beginning. But hearing all of this and looking at the numbers, the good thing is, yeah, schools are still not having these major breakouts or the number of instances, but the big concern is what really changed between last week and now? Because last week I was in the reentry forum where we talked about cohorts, where we talked about, no busing, where we talked about reduced schedules, where we talked about, having this switching of schedules, like half day in school, half day out of school, or maybe no teachers at all. Children will still come in, but it'll be remote learning. So what exactly changed in this 1 week while the state went in a completely different direction? So I feel, considering the fact that, yeah, I'm educated, I'm smart, I respect the, intelligence of everyone else who's acting, trying to be responsible. I do step out for my work and I do a lot of field, and I do have a lot of, COVID related protocols, and every day is like, a nervous thing for me. But having said that, I also realize that the upcoming holidays, I may be, taking all precautions, but the problem is not me or you. The problem is the person that is not taking these precautions and who is potentially, entering or, having access to school property. So now the question is, while re-entry is important, it's the timing that seems to be iffy. Last week itself, I mentioned it. But I realize that there's a semester, trimester, all of these issues being involved. And, my older child just graduated high school. So I know, the intricacies of all of that. I know it's an incredibly tough thing to kind of decide, but I do feel that with Thanksgiving coming up and with, the holidays coming up, whether people go out, it's not, national, international, domestic travel. It could be somebody coming to your house. It could be 50%, 20 people in a neighborhood, extended family. All of these could add to the potential strain.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes.
In an already overloaded district. So I believe that, postponing is better. And just last point, to Dr. Parker's point about the 30-day being 2 months, in that, if you really look at it, it's going to be, 10 plus days of just break time. We are talking of a Christmas break, we are talking of, a Thanksgiving break and things like that. So it looks like a long time frame, but I do respect individual.
Thank you.
Which is important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Leslie.
Hi, thank you. I'm Leslie Danahy in Monmouth Junction. My son is in 9th grade, and thank you all for your work. I work at Rutgers. I've been higher ed for a long time. I just want to say I would like the committee to think about not what they want, but the philosophy by which you make a decision. And understand that the philosophy right now is that you are taking away and delaying parents' choice. We took surveys, we took them twice, and I don't hear a lot of conversation about the respect for the parent's choice that has been implemented. Anyone who's stressed, anyone who doesn't want us to go to school doesn't have to go to school. The other thing, it'd be a missed opportunity to not let that 25% be to test the system. The protocols and policies are in place. They need to get worked. They need to get finessed. And that 25% is going to help the system be stronger in January or whenever, when more students want to come back to school. So it's a missed opportunity if we don't start now. And I just want to say, if you move away from the November date, know that you're not voting for parents. You're voting for 75% of parents. You're not voting for all parents. And you got to think about the philosophy under which you vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Leslie.
Next up, we have Danette.
Hi, good evening. My name is Danette Mabes. I'm from Kendall Park. My son is in 9th grade high school. Basically, you have a plan in place. You're ready. Why not stick to the plan and let the 25% go back that's willing to go back? You asked us to complete a survey, which basically asked, one of the questions was, how's remote learning going? My answer was about what I expected. And that's not on a positive note. That was from my experience since March. My kid is struggling, staying on Zoom. And I might add that my oldest son, who graduated 2020, has an underlying health issue, type 1 diabetes. And I'm wanting my 9th grader to go back to school. So please don't take this away from the parents that need this. Lisa had made a comment for the parents that want it or need it. We put in a survey to send our kid back, respect that, and let our kids go back. Going back mid-January is a big difference. You said about 30 calendar days or whatever. It is a big difference from now to then. So I want to thank you all for taking taking the time to listen to us, and thank you for all you do. Everybody from not wanting to send the kids back now in November or January. I know your hearts are all in the best interest for our children, but I just ask that you please listen to the 25%. If they want to go back, let them go back. The 75% that want to stay home, board members, home residents, whatever, just let them stay home if that's what they wish to do. Don't take that away. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Danette.
Thank you, Danette. Next up, we have John Lally. He only gets 1 minute.
Go ahead, John.
Good evening. John Lally, South Brunswick Education Association. I had a completely different speech ready to say tonight because but obviously with the 3 minutes, I've got to be more precise. So first of all, the Board of Education needs to understand that the plan that has been developed to be implemented was done in one 8-hour meeting this week. And yes, there were a number of wonderful stakeholders there who all worked very collaboratively to put it together. But the problem is health and safety was never discussed. Dates for implementation were never discussed. We came there with one goal, which was to put together a plan for when we were ready to return. I specifically told the people that I brought with me to make sure that we stick to the goals of it, which is not to bring up health and safety, not to talk about when the appropriate date was to come back, because that's the Board of Education's decision. That's Scott Fetter's decision to make. Those are decisions that still need to be made. Right now, there are 25 students at the high school, not 900. Health and safety is being done for 25 students. To multiply that to 900 students when we return to in-person learning is a whole different ballgame. Take a look at some other districts. Look at the plans that they have implemented, not just what was submitted to the county superintendent. Look at what is on their district website. Most districts started making their health and safety plans on July 15th. We don't have one. And to throw 500, 700, 900 staff members into buildings that aren't prepared to protect those individuals is ruthless. And I'm sorry, I've tried to work very hardly with the people on this screen, and I have worked very well with them. And I had nothing but 10 minutes of praise for Jen Disler, Scott Fetter, Kim White, Dave Pulowski, the board members. But I'm sorry, the way this conversation has gone, I was not able to do that this evening because it's been an amazing 7 or 8 months that I've worked with these individuals. But to think that we can just throw together a plan and start on November 16th and really protect children and staff, I'm sorry. I understand the parents. My kids are home 2 days a week during school, 3 they're there. I get it. I want my kids back in school too, but I want it to be safe. I have been listening to my Board of Education talk about health and safety since July. So when I sent my kids back, I was confident in the plan. I don't have confidence in this plan right now to do this, but I'm willing to work with Scott and Jen and Kim and Dave and the board to make sure by January we have a plan that makes sense. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thanks, John. David, next.
Next up, we have Sanvi.
Hi, this is Sanvi's dad. I have 2 kids, one going to high school, and then one in elementary 2nd grade with Indian Fields. Very good points made in those things, but even though we have opted to go remote, one question I had for Mr. Federer was, we said that there is a 10-minute rule for exposure to consider that. Now with kids going in bus, it means that the 10-minute rule not only applies to the people in the bus, but to the whole school community, because that 10 kids or the 30 kids in the bus are not from one class, but from all the classes. So that spread it means that the moment somebody from the bus is exposed or as a positive, it means your school is completely shut down. It's not just for one classroom. Sorry for that. I guess I understand even though I support Ms. Rogers' proposal, I also understand other parents who wants to actually send their kids back because of the constraints and everything else. The 25% going back is okay, but we still have the 10-minute rule, which is not just for a school or a classroom, but it's for the whole school is what my understanding is.
And I just want to add on, just because we selected the remote model, it doesn't mean like we are having very peaceful or less stressful at home. It's been so crazy working around with 2 kids and doing jobs, especially in our company with so many jobs laid off. We are getting like double the work done at our home and then also taking care of the kids, where my elementary son needs a lot of support from us. And then my high schooler, I don't have to keep on keep checking on with her, like, okay, don't go on the phones too much, She's very sincere and hardworking, but still like a parent, we are getting anxious too. So there are so many emotional challenges. Just because we select remote doesn't mean that we don't want our kids back to school. We do want our kids to be back to school. We support that. We know we work in a pharmaceutical companies. We do understand, even if the vaccine is out, we don't have data, supporting that, okay, this vaccine is going to work for COVID situation. We still are not there yet. So we don't know what is going to happen, but I do trust Mr. Federer's decision that we will be in a safety environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have John.
Hi, everyone. My name is John Solomon from Monmouth Junction. I was going to make some commentary earlier about, keeping the choice in the parents' hands and taking our voice in the survey, but I think a lot of other people already spoke about that. Instead, I kind of want to speak from our experience. My son is in kindergarten in Cambridge, and he's our eldest. So this is actually our first year in the South Brunswick school system, and it's certainly been an interesting time for us to start the school system. And I think where I want to stress is the fact that for the parents who made that decision, they didn't make that decision lightly to put their children back in school. I don't think it belittles those who want to keep their children remote, but I think that there has to be a recognition that we as parents made a very difficult decision, knowing the risks and understanding any potential situations that we might be putting our children into. The other side of this that I did want to stress was that when we talk about delaying to January, I think the part that had me a little bit frustrated when I was hearing some of the board members speak was the fact of this insinuation that it would be only 30 days or only 3 weeks. And I think that that's definitely belittling some of the passion that you're hearing from some of the parents on this call. It is not only 30 days. It is not only 3 weeks. It's going from November 9th for elementary age children, and we're now talking about maybe mid-January. That's 2 months. That's 2 more months of challenges. That's 2 more months of days where we have to continue to put ourselves in these situations because our decision from our survey was taken away from us. So please, whatever decision you make, do not try to pitch it as 3 weeks or 30 days. That's not what this is about. What you are proposing tonight, whenever you vote on it, is a 2-month delay from what we were asked to choose. And that's the bottom line. I also want to thank Mr. Federer. I know how difficult this has been. Like I said, we're new to the school district. We're blown away by how much effort you guys have put into this. And he said it himself probably the best. I think it's time we stop talking about how to re-enter and turn instead our focus to how do we make it a better experience for our children. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind and as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next up, we have customer service.
Hey, sorry about that. That's a work one. My name's Chris Cuevas. I'm from Kendall Park. I got 2 kids in Constable. I'm a little conflicted because I was, sitting here watching your guys' presentation, and I was thinking, man, it's very detailed. I was really happy with the plan that was coming in, and then to hear the emotions get into it of, what about my children? What's best for them is probably best for everyone else. And then we had the 1-minute man who came on and talked about, the plan lacking. So I would just like to say that I agree that the choice should be in their parents' hands. However, I want to make sure that we do have a plan in place that is not just using those, first couple kids as guinea pigs to plan it out. I know we're gonna need to switch things up, whether it's January, like everyone said, there's holidays all the time. People are taking advantage of the fact that they're home, that their kids are home, and they're taking trips all over the place. So I understand the fears, but again, we have, to make our decision. So if the plan, that you guys put this committee on, I would say trust them. If the plan has been carefully thought out and not just rushed through in an 8-hour seminar. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Salija.
Hello, this is Salija. My son is 9th grader at South Brunswick High School.
I do appreciate all the efforts that are put in place for the reentry into the schools. One concern I do have when we go through this reentry is when we have 10 kids in classroom and 20 kids online, the attention the teacher can give to all the kids, it's going to be very hard for the teacher to focus, and also the kids with the technical difficulties. I have seen my kid go through in the earlier sessions when we had the school, the Zooms would not come in. He would not be able to connect. We had to drop emails, try different laptops to make sure he is connected and make sure he is on class and listening and paying attention. If this is the same case on re-entry, the 10 kids that are in class get the attention that they need, but the 20 kids that are remote will lose the attention if there's some disconnectivity with the connectivity and they're not able to listen to the teacher. They are losing what the teacher is going to teach them. That's the only thing I have a big concern about this part in school and part remote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Scott.
Good evening. This is Kim, his wife, actually.
Hey, Kim.
I just wanted to thank Scott and Jennifer for anybody that has been along this crazy journey. Scott was extremely skeptical at the beginning of the school year, putting together the hybrid model and rolling that out, and asked us what we wanted. We voted, my husband and I, to go for the hybrid model. It turned out to be virtual. You ask us a second time, we want our kids in school. I have a kindergartner and a third grader who is in speech class. So I think people that are worried about the health and safety, if you know how concerned Scott was at the very beginning of this, and we have our kid in remote learning center and haven't had a problem, it's been successful. I think that the parents shouldn't worry. For the ones that are still concerned, I'm assuming that you would have opted for the virtual. So I really hope that the board tonight doesn't push back till January. We were asked specifically for November 6th and November 19th date. We accepted. And now you want to push it to mid-January after you said January 1. So it's being very deceptive. You wanted the people to vote for you. You want to represent the people that vote for you, but then you're questioning their responsibility. And I think the people of South Brunswick have done a really good job about being responsible. Our numbers in South Brunswick are good. The transmission rate is decent, right? And if anybody was so concerned about getting sick or precautions, you know, I got a letter last year about a flu outbreak in Indian Fields. Nobody was wearing PPE. School didn't shut down. You know, it's a very stressful. And you talk about immunity going down, like you're causing everybody's immune system to drop now, tonight, with this discussion. So please, I beg you to vote for this and push this forward. And again, Scott and Jennifer, I can't thank you enough for the way that you've rolled this out and the consideration and thought that you've put into this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bill.
Hi, my name is Bill Schreier. My daughter is in Cambridge in Kendall Park. We just have one basic question. You know, we watched the parent forum, and you know the question was asked: ask yourself first if you want your child in a school setting. But the real question is, nobody's really answered what the school setting is going to be. You know, we've heard thrown around the question of, you know, the teacher's going to be teaching not only to the in-class kids, but to the kids remotely. So does that mean that the kids that are in the classroom are going to be looking at their laptops while they're in the class? With the teacher also looking at the computer? So that's basically my question.
Bill, this is a public comments area. We're not really open up for discussion or question and answer. So
okay.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Maven.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Scott and Jennifer and all the members of the committee. I got concerned when John said this decision was made in 8 hours. 8 hours to decide on the health and safety of a is a too rush a decision. So I think that I'm also agreeing and understand the concerns of the parents who want to send their kids to school. And the CDC and Mayo Clinic have said that the incident of children under 10 is very low. So why don't we open up the elementary schools on November 9th, but keep the middle school and high school to January? Because those kids have a higher risk of contracting the disease. The elementary school kids have a very low risk. So open up the elementary schools. They really need to be in school. The elementary schools, Zoom is definitely not going to work for them. And I agree with those parents. Open up the elementary schools on November 9th. Keep the middle school and high school to January. So that'll address, both the things. Some of the kids, most of the parents, I think, had elementary school kids. Middle schoolers and high schoolers, I think, can adjust to a Zoom for 30 more school days. So that is my suggestion. If Lisa and Devan and the Joyce and all the other board members can think of that way. Open up elementary as scheduled, November 9th, push back middle and high school. And thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Dave, I'm going to go ahead and answer that question, okay? Hey, Maveen, thank you for coming on. First of all, the concept that the district has spent 8 hours on health and safety is about as disingenuous a comment as I think I've ever heard. We've been meeting about health and safety for months. We have beyond compared all matters regarding health and safety. The 8-hour meeting discussed was specifically designed to be about the model, not about health and safety. So it is 100% accurate that that meeting did not have anything to do with health and safety. In fact, I don't think we spent any time on health and safety for that 8 hours. However, you can go back to weeks after weeks after weeks, after hours and hours and hours of a reentry committee who's put in hours and hours of the nurses. That made it seem like the nurses have done nothing. The nurses have been working incredibly hard to try and get everything done. We work through every scenario, we debrief the scenarios, and we make it better. So for the community, I want you to understand, while yes, there was one 8-hour meeting, that 8-hour meeting absolutely had nothing to do with safety. It had to do with the model, specifically designing how to make the learning best case scenario. So that is 100% correct. The reality of the work done on health and safety, I would say that has been where vast majority of the district's time has been. Very proud of our nurses, very proud of our staff, our teachers, our admin, who've done an amazing job with health and safety, including our paraprofessionals and all of the teachers and all of the paras working with kids daily. And they've been doing that for nearly a month. So I want to thank all of our people for spending all the time they have on health and safety. And again, just wanted to answer that, Maveen. Thanks for all you always do and being a part of this.
Thank you, Maveen. Thank you, Scott. David, go ahead.
Next up, we have Chris R. Chris, you there?
Hello, Chris.
Next up, we have Manish.
Manish, you got
Yes, hi. This is Manish here. Can you hear me?
Sure
can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, members, and Mr. Scott Feder and team. You've done an amazing job. And we know if you took a decision to start something from a certain date, I know that you would have taken adequate research and precautions in place to make this happen. So when some board members question it and say, no, I don't want to deal with this right now, let's push it out after vacation, I find that a little lazy and a little irresponsible, as if they don't trust enough in what you've done in terms of being able to put this in place. And secondly, I counted, it's January 19th, from November 9th, it's not just 3 weeks. It's actually 37 school working days. And as one of the other callers said, think of it in terms of the 2 months for a parent. So if you have put together a plan, and unless the situation has dramatically changed from then to now, why change it now? And as one of the other callers had said, this will also give you an opportunity to test the system, whether it works well with 25%. So why lose this opportunity? And then, so as I would echo some of the other callers, as well as Mr. Parker, give the choice to parents. I mean, those who are not feeling safe, they've anyways decided not to send their kids. So why do you want to take that choice away from other parents? Believe us, we have not taken this decision lightly. We've also thought through it. It's not an easy decision, but there will never be a situation where it's a zero risk. So we have to learn to live with this, and we have to learn to take precaution. Our community has been excellent. So when we keep saying that, let's push it out, we're basically showing a lack of trust, as well as we're saying, oh, you know what, people are not responsible. And, I feel like it's just like, let me get done with my vacation, then I'll think about it, and then I'll deal with it. That's not the right attitude. And if people are, so worried, why are they thinking of going on a vacation or gathering 30 people over the holidays? I mean, then they should not be sending their skill to, if they cannot send the kids to school, then they should also not be doing a gathering of 30 people over the vacation. So that's my point. And I thank everybody who's worked very hard. And thank you so much. And please give us this choice.
Thank you. Chris, we'll ask you one more time. Are you available to talk? Yeah, we'll move on to Sarah. Sarah, are you ready?
Yes. Hi, Sarah Jones. I'm in Kendall Park. I have 2 kiddos in elementary school. One is in kindergarten and another first grade and 4th grade. I guess just coming from the parent side and as one in the minority, I guess, of wanting to send my kiddos back, I'm just confused at why we're debating this tonight when we were told we were going to be given more information and a decision. We had already been given the dates, specific dates in November of when our kids could be going back. So for the elementary school, November 9th, I believe. Because I feel like what we're going to hear tonight is similar from what the survey results would have gotten in. And so I guess I'm confused at why this is happening this way. Maybe this is how it normally happens, or this is how big decisions are normally made. And I just don't know about that. I'm also just confused as to why we were asked if we're not going to have a choice. Wondering if it's always going to come down to the board. Does it come down to teachers' unions? Who makes the final decisions in something like this? And I know we haven't done anything like this before, but in big decisions like this. And I guess finally, I just wonder what's going to be different in January than now. If you're part of the 75% that doesn't want to send your kid back, you still don't have to. You have that choice. And so for the 25% that had responded that we would like to, I'm just wondering why we were even asked if it really doesn't matter if we're not making the decision. It seems like this is more about if we open rather than when we open. So yeah, I'm just kind of wondering why we were asked if our choices still aren't mattering. They're being pushed back again. And Mr. Feder, I just want to say I think you guys have been doing an amazing job, and I appreciate everyone's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sarah.
Next up, we have Diana.
Hi, thank you. My name is Diana Gravich, and I live in Kingston, and my son is in 3rd grade at Cambridge. I'm extremely frustrated and disappointed by the discussion to delay the start of in-person until January. Listening to some of the board member comments, it sounds like many of you either have older kids or no kids that aren't as affected by remote learning or experiencing some other benefit from remote learning. So it's easy to say that a delay is fine. The idea that this would be only 30 more school days comes across as completely disrespectful to those of us whose kids are not doing well with remote learning, and completely ignores the fact that there are families like mine that have 2 working parents in the household. So being available to support our student during the day is challenging. We have no family members to help us. It is on our shoulders to juggle our jobs and make sure our son is following along during his remote learning day. Frankly, if it sounds to you that 30 days isn't a big deal, you are more than welcome to work from my home and see how remote learning actually looks firsthand with an elementary school student. My son has always been a good student, and that is not my bias, that is from his report cards. But at his age of 8 years old, remote learning is challenging and he is struggling. His teacher is amazing and is doing everything she can, but the remote setting is not ideal. I chose to return to in person, but now my choice has been taken away if the board votes to delay this decision. I trust Scott and Jennifer with the plan that they have put together and would like to have a chance to see it work. Nothing is perfect, and I'm not expecting that. But after all these weeks and all the talk about the plan over several meetings that I've listened into, I did expect that we would try to return to school. I've already weighed the benefits and the risks. Respect my choice.
Thank you. Next up, Subhashis. Hello?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. You're up.
Hi, I'm Shubhashish. I'm from Kendall Park. I have two elementary kid twins going to 5th grade. I choose the going to the school, but I have comments here to understand that how good we are prepared when a teacher is teaching both sides together. Because I don't want to send my kids to the school if they are in the classroom and looking at their laptop and teacher is looking at their laptop. If that is the plan, then I will opt my choice. At the same time, a teacher consistency is very important for a student career. So if the teacher getting into risk, if the health was not taken care properly for the teacher, there will be a disruption for the bigger student community if the teacher got sick with a substitute teacher. So we need better planning for that, for the health and safety for the teachers. I will believe that will impact most of the kids, though I choose to go to the school. Thank you for all the effort putting it together. I think that if we are ready, then do it now. If you are not ready, then be ready and do it that time, whatever is that time is. Thank you for everybody putting that thought together. I appreciate all your effort and all the discussion so late for everybody putting it together, because I believe that we all want to make it better to do all of them. So let's look at all the corner and make sure that we are fully prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Diana. Did Diana already speak tonight?
Oh yeah, Diana spoke already.
Next up, we have Ross.
I don't show a Diana. That's
Good evening, everyone.
Go ahead, Ross.
I don't think Diana spoke.
Good evening. My name is Miriam. Oh, sorry. Am I okay to speak?
Yes, go. You're up.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Miriam. Ross is my spouse. I'm using his device. First and foremost, I just want to say you guys have done an amazing job at presenting the plan as well as the perspective individually as well as for the community. My family and I just moved to South Brunswick this September. This is my first exposure to the district, and I have to say you have some amazing teachers, no doubt. In regards to returning now in November or in January, I am of the 75% that is okay with remote learning. I have two little kids. My husband and I both work. We manage the challenges and struggles that many others have as well. But at the end of the day, that is my child. I'm responsible for him. We don't know if COVID will be there or not there in January. That is something we cannot control. But I, as a parent, am coming from a perspective that it is for the safety and health and well-being of my child. Everybody has their own struggles, and I respect that and their choices. I simply say, if you go back and you split the class half remote, half in class, then is my child not going to suffer? Has my choice not been impacted? Where is the resolve for that? Again, it's not a comparison whether your kid is young or old. As parents, challenges are always there. I simply want to make, mention that remote and staying remote it doesn't make me any, it's still a difficult choice because certain things are a struggle, but delaying it may be beneficial given the current season, the flu, the holidays, the travel. And somebody on the board had mentioned that, community has to follow the protocols. Of course, the protocols are in place, but people don't follow them. That's just human nature. Things happen. People make mistakes, conscious or otherwise. So there's a lot to consider. And my biggest worry is if something does happen, is it better to be safe than sorry? Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next up, Lizette Lopez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. Hi, good evening. I just want to say thank you to Scott Feather and his team for, I know this is not an easy plan, and it's a really good plan. I'm also an educator. And I just want to say that this is a really personal, as a parent, this is a really personal decision. And I'm speaking for all other parents that we don't take this lightly. Okay, so I'm listening to some of the board members, and it's kind of insulting to say, to hear that we as parents, it's like you don't trust the parents to make this decision. We already make the decisions. We did it twice. And I think, this is a parent's choice. And I commend you guys for being concerned about the students, for being concerned about the kids. But at the end of the day, the students that you are so concerned about, they have parents. And these parents made already this decision. And we know what we're doing. We know why we make the decision. This is not an easy decision to make. And I hope that you would respect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, are you with us?
I'm here. Sorry. I'm here. I just want to say thank you to all of the board and Mr. Fetter and Jennifer. You guys have done an amazing job, including my children's teachers. I have 4 children in the district, 2 in high school, a middle schooler, and a elementary schooler. I also participate. I do Girl Scouts. I'm a leader. So I know what this feels like. In my house right now, it's 5 of us going to school, including myself. I got laid off at the end of December, been home since, and it has not been easy. I see how kids struggle. All I ask is that the parents' decision be respected, while at the same time taking into consideration all safety precautions that need to be handled and given to all these children when they return. I want my kids to go back. I have 2 of them that do great online, and then I have 2 of them that need to go back. I need those 2 to go back because it's very hard for them to focus. I have one going to the learning center. They just called her in and it's working great. It's a small setting. Unfortunately, it's not as many teachers that I would like, but it's working. I just ask that everybody respect everyone's decision. We are all going through many different things. And again, I thank you all for everything you have done, all the time that you've put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Parvin.
Hi, this is Pravin's spouse, Soumya. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for sitting more than 3 hours without a bathroom break. That's really great. And I'm concerned about when the kids go half home, remote. I don't want it affect the communication of teachers with the mask. Obviously, teacher has to wear a mask because she has kids in front of them. And I don't want that the communication to be affected, the kids who are listening her on the system. Because with mask, it's not that easy to talk or further hear. And another thing, so much discussion is going on the dates. When the date was not finalized, why was it necessary to put a date in front of a parents before deciding? You could have just asked who wants in, who wants remote, and give a date later. And then it could have stopped all this, so much of hassles and the tensions. That's all, and thank you guys.
Thank you. Next up, Lizette Lopez.
You already did Lizette, Dave.
All right. She had her hand up again. Elizabeth has her hand. Next up, we have Atari. Artie?
Hi, I'm Artie Williams, and I have two sons in the district, one in second grade and one just started middle school, sixth grade. And I honestly just don't understand why this is happening. We were told back in August, we were asked once if we wanted our kids back. Many of us said yes. Okay, that didn't happen. Here comes November. Again, we're getting excited. Kids are going to go back. Again, this has been taken away from us. It's like our opinion just doesn't matter. It's like, are we not responsible enough to make this decision? Please do not take that choice away from us. I do trust Mr. Fetter and his team to bring our kids back safely. This would not be done if it wasn't carefully planned. South Brunswick schools need to open, and I know Mr. Fetter has been planning how to make this happen for months. This wasn't just brought up a week or two ago. This has been happening since the last school year ended. There have been plans made how to bring our kids back safely. It was postponed a little bit, but now I trust that we are ready to do so. Many kids are suffering not being back. Again, parents have the choice to keep their kids home, but why those of us who want to send their kids back, why do we not have that choice? High-risk areas of the country, students' rates are under 1% for COVID. Schools are not super spreaders. We have low percentages of kids that want to go back. That makes it all the much safer to come back. There are always going to be people not following protocols. It's going to happen in Thanksgiving. It's going to happen in Christmas. It's going to happen over any kind of holidays. I don't trust that January will be the right time. If supposedly the board decides it's going to be January, there'll be another excuse to keep pushing it back. Meanwhile, our kids are suffering. They're not getting what they need to get. We are responsible adults. I am a school teacher. I work in West Windsor Plainsboro. I have been back in person since September 5th. We are doing it safely. Parents are being very conscious of what they're supposed to be doing. Protocols are being followed. And I know Mr. Fetter is as attuned to safety as my superintendent of schools is. So I trust that he will know what he's doing. And please, enough with pushing it back. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Bring our kids back. Let us make that choice. Do not take it away from us. Our kids are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
This is Heyman Lalawia, just using my husband's account. So we have 3 children, 2 in Cambridge, a second grader, a kindergartner, and a 2-year-old. So since the start of school, the older 2, kindergartner and second grader, have been at the RLCs. So first, I just wanted to say that they have been doing a very, very excellent job there. And I thank you for that option, because I know anecdotally, this is the only district that has offered that from the beginning for free. And it's been a lifesaver. And I know a lot of other parents feel that way, as we have heard. And it has been great, but it is not ideal. And I am thankful that there is a better option that is now being offered. I am disappointed to hear that the date may change. So I am obviously in favor of keeping the November 9th date and going through with the plans. That being said, I do have some concerns. I would like to see some more details about the health and safety measures. I know that it is possible because I've seen them in place at the RLC. And again, they have been doing phenomenal, but they would obviously need to be scaled up. So I would like to see more details on how that can happen. I mean, if that means like volunteer parents have to sit there in the morning with thermometers, I will do it. But I would like to see more details on what that will actually look like. I'd also like to see more details on what the classroom is going to look like. Will paras be there to support the teachers? I'm married to a teacher. I have a lot of friends who are teachers. I have friends who are doing this type of concurrent synchronous learning already in other states. And it is very challenging. It is very, very challenging. So I do understand from the teacher's point of view, for their health concerns and for the teaching concerns. what does success look like in that type of classroom? I would like to know more details on that, because I also don't want to see stressed out, overwhelmed teachers. I'm already getting emails at like 9:30 at night from teachers because they're working harder than they have ever worked before. And I know you guys know this. And I just don't want to see them burnt out either with this model, because ultimately that's not good for the kids either, right? But I do echo the sentiments, the very passionate sentiments of the other parents who have chosen twice now to send their kids back, and now we're at risk of losing this choice. So I think the only way this really works at the end is though if we act truly like a community and we think about others and not just ourselves, and we consider the safety of others, we can make this work. I really, truly believe we can do that, and we have been doing that. So please give us some choice in that too. So thank you.
Thank you. Sherry, you're up.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can.
Homer Samuel, Dayton, New Jersey. We have a first grader in the school system. It's very difficult to keep a first grader in front of the computer. The kids are not learning. When we got the survey regarding the satisfaction of the remote learning, we compared it back to March when we started remote learning, and it was a complete mess. The kids learned nothing. So the system that's in place right now is much, much, much better, but it's not good enough. The kids need to be in school. First grader, second grader, third grader, how can you force them to sit in front of a computer for 5-6 hours and expect them to learn? They're not learning anything. They need to be back in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly, what say you?
Hi, I'm Kimberly Cruz Garcia. I have 2 children, one in the high school and one in the middle school. We live in Kendall Park. I'm an educator. I've been a teacher and currently an administrator in East Windsor. Frankly, I'm surprised that the conversation about pushing the opening date back to January is happening. I was one of those parents who was looking forward for my children to return to school in November. I have a middle schooler and a high schooler. In the first 30 days of school, because we're just making 30 days, my child is failing almost all of the classes. So if you're going to say that 30 days is not a big deal, it sure is, because it can impact if a child is going to fail or pass a school year. So 30 school days is a big deal. We only have 180 school days, and taking away another 30 makes it really, really difficult for a kid who's struggling right now to ever catch up and to do well this current school year. I'm depending on these board members who we voted for to make the right decision, not because of your situation with your child, but the situation for many children in our district. We did not elect you to make decisions based on your personal situation, based on your child. We made the decision to put you in place so that you could represent all of us. So I appreciate all of the hard work that's been happening. I do agree with Mr. Federer, Dr. Federer. There's no way that a health plan was just hashed out in 8 hours. I can guarantee that they've been working on it for months and months. So for the union to say that this district is putting their teachers at risk, I think it's unfair, because they've always done right by their teachers, and the teachers are doing a great job despite the circumstances. But kids need to go back to school as soon as possible. And I do not believe that middle schoolers and high schoolers need to be pushed back to January. They need to start in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to share again, David, that the teachers and paras and the administrators who've been working on the health and safety protocols, they do it daily. And I thank you, ma'am, for acknowledging that we didn't just spend 8 hours. In fact, I will reiterate, we didn't spend any hours that night with that group at all on health and safety, because we've been spending all the other hours on health and safety. So I do want to just continue to inform our public that And I do agree with Mrs. Lalamia. We can definitely submit some more paperwork to everybody and put that out online and make sure it's readily available. We'll do that actually. Within the next few days, you'll see that up there, Mrs. Lalamia. And, but yeah, I think that the teachers who are doing this every day in school right now, and the paras that are doing this every day in school right now, and the nurses, the counselors, the behaviorists, the administrators, are in school every day right now doing that. And that was a shock to hear that people think that's not the case. But that just means that we have to make sure we put it out and make some adjustments so that everyone knows what the safety is, make sure people are aware and are more involved in what that means. Possibly having some more in-person meetings or in-person opportunities for people to see what it looks like in the schools so that could be the case for everybody. I think we'll do whatever we can to make sure our staff knows they're safe and our community knows that their children will be safe. Thanks again.
Next up, Sarah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Paris Masicki of Monmouth Junction. I have 2 kids in school. I have a 2nd grader at Brooks and a 6th grader at North, and they are not failing. And that is due to the amazing teachers we've had both last year and this year. I want to give a voice to the 75% of us who did vote to keep our kids home. Because it's a stellar virtual experience they're getting right now, and they're getting better every single day. The problem now, and that's me coming with a fidgety 6-year-old or 7-year-old and a dyslexic 11-year-old, and they are succeeding. Going back just for the 25% of kids, the problem I have is that it lowers the quality of the education that I've seen improve daily for everyone else. Teachers in masks 6 feet away is not the education that we're all wishing for and hoping for, and I wish for. And this is not even paying attention to taking this step, splits the attention of these teachers who are working so hard, especially with the little guys. It just diminishes the effectiveness of the learning. And 92% of us approved of that. And this, I'm not even going to talk about the risk to the teachers and the families, their families that they're going to be put under in this situation. You know, counting on the compliance of parents is foolhardy and short-sighted. We know that's not the case. Any kid who's gotten a call about the class that has the kid that has lice knows this is not the case, right? So for all the reasons that Mrs. Rogers so carefully outlined, I don't think waiting until January is a problem. I think it's a fair compromise. I'm a working mother. My husband's at home working every day. I juggle these 2 kids, and it's not easy. And it's not something I ever want to have to do again. But I think my kids are worth this wait. I think your kids are worth this wait. I respect the need to go back, but I don't think waiting till all of the busyness of the holidays when we're all traveling until we see what happens is a problem. So thank you very much for your attention. And I look forward to your decision.
Thank you. Lauren Hernandez.
Hi, Megan Hernandez. I have 3 kids between the middle school and the high school. And like many have said, virtual is not working for everyone. I know you have some of the special ed classrooms in, but other kids get other services that don't fall under that category. And doing things from home is not working for everyone, especially with a condensed schedule. I know Mr. Feder and Ms. Disler, you made a plan that appears to work. It's not like you came back and said too few voted for it. It seems to be a reasonable percentage that you can make it work without having too many in at one time. But as many have said tonight, we've been given 2 opportunities to choose. And it seems to just getting pushed off and pushed off and pushed off. You push it to January, that's a half a school year. On top of last spring, that is a huge chunk of time, especially for kids with, learning disabilities and other resources that they get at school. The teachers are trying very hard, and I commend them. It is not an easy situation. My husband's teaching all of his classes from our basement every day. I see what's going on, but the remote does not work for many of these kids. And our decisions and choices that we've made several times now need to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. Danielle.
Hi. So mine's pretty much the same as everybody else. The remote learning does not work for my children. I have a 5th grader, an 8th grader, and a senior. It's been, like they said, about a month in school, and my senior is now at risk of not graduating because she is failing every single one of her classes because this is just not working for my family. We were asked a question as parents. We answered that question with our kids' best interests in mind. And now we're all being heavily disrespected by saying that basically you're saying we're incompetent parents, that we can't make this decision for our own children. And I just don't think that's fair. And I don't think that's right. And I think we need to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori. Lori, you're up.
Hi, how is everybody doing tonight?
Good, Lori.
This is Lori Angermeyer. I have 3 children. I have a 10-year-old son at Cambridge, an 11-year-old son at Crossroads South, and a 14-year-old daughter who started her freshman year. The same sentiment as almost everyone else who has spoken this evening is you gave the parents a choice. 25% of your district has chosen to send their kids back to school. Those parents have chosen for a reason. Not everyone's children learn the same way. We need to respect that. You need to understand that my 10-year-old and 11-year-old sons are not paying attention the way they should be, like if they were in school with a teacher in front of them. My 14-year-old daughter, yeah, she's fine. No big deal. I also want to say that we've been out of school at the end of this month. It's going to be almost 6 full months. That's almost an entire school year. That is entirely too long for a large portion of these kids to be out of school. Again, every child learns differently. Some people need to be in school. I hope you are all taking into consideration with the children the social and emotional aspect not being in school is having on these children. They need to see their peers. They need to speak to their friends face to face, even if it's 6 feet away. My last comment is I think it was completely irresponsible for John Lally to make his comment and imply that the health and wellness hasn't been discussed. It has been discussed. It's been discussed since last year. It might have not been discussed in an 8-hour meeting because there were other things that needed to be discussed in that meeting. But health and wellness has been on the top priority of, I think, everybody that's been working on this. I want to thank Scott and Jen for everything they've been doing, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Vanessa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for staying up so late listening to all the parents speak. First of all, I would like to start off by saying that as far as the safety concerns, Mr. Fetter, you have the safety of the staff and students in your best interest. And I know firsthand because in the beginning of this COVID situation, I sent you an email. And in that email, you took action. My husband works for the school district, and you listened to me as a spouse with the concerns of the safety, and you really took action on it. And I applaud you, and I really thank you for that. Also, I want to back up with Lori Angermeyer, what she just said about John Lally with what he said. That's why I'm talking about the safety and not the knowledge of knowing the safety as my husband being a school district employee. Also, my son had to come to the school this past summer, and the importance of me filling out my forms and making sure my form was handed in, making sure that when he arrived at school, the temperature check was taken. Everybody had masks on. The maintenance men were outside wiping all the door handles down. There was hand sanitizer everywhere. So safety, yes, it is there. It's a concern, and it shouldn't be a concern because Mr. Fetter and your team, you have put in place an action plan, and it's being followed by all the people that work. And my husband is not one that stays home. My husband has been there, along with all the maintenance, all the paraprofessionals that have been there. If you already have something that's there and it's working, why would you take the choice away from the parents? And yes, the community voted the members in. And that's what we voted you in for, to be our voice. And if you have parents that are choosing to go to school, for their children to go to school, you should allow them to go to school. And those parents that are choosing to keep their children home will keep those children home. And I am one of those parents that chose to keep my child home. And he is still going to stay home until the spring trimester that will come open because of his asthma. But that's my choice. And I am advocating for the parents who have bills to pay and the possibility of losing their job if they don't go back to work because they have young children at home. Also, it's dyslexia month. There are children who have dyslexia, and the woman who said that her child is doing fabulous with it, I'm sorry, but I have a friend who her child is dyslexic. My son is dyslexic, and he is not doing well in school with this virtual. He needs to be in school, but the only reason why he's staying home is because of his asthma.
Thank you,
And I
Vanessa. We have 3
want to
minutes.
thank you. Okay, thank you for your time. Have a
Thank
good
you
evening.
very much for your comment.
Hey, Dave, I'm just gonna, give another shout out. Vanessa mentioned her husband, great guy. And our custodians, I don't think I've mentioned them. I think unfortunately, they just do such an amazing job, we forget. But, they are disinfecting every night. They are filling out forms every night and every room that they clean. They are out there with backpack sprayers, hand sprayers, more disinfectant cleaning than we could ever have imagined. Mechanics, making sure when those buses get on the road, the buses are on the road right now, getting clean. They're getting
Drivers.
This is a group effort. And I just need our community to fully understand that has been our number one priority. And it will stay our number one priority. Never change. Thanks, Vanessa. Thanks, Clyde.
Mindy, you're up.
Hi, Mindy from Kingston. I have a son in 5th grade and a daughter in 10th grade. Just want to say, as long as the schools are ready to open more fully on November 9th and 16th, they should. Families must be able to choose what's best for themselves without delay. This is a decision that can be made and should be made by the families themselves for their own children. I would like the board to consider the following. Nobody is being forced to come in for in-person learning before they are ready to do so. So why would it be okay to force families to continue with remote longer than necessary when that's not right for them? Again, nobody is being forced to come in for in-person learning before they are ready. So why would it be okay to force families to continue with remote longer than necessary when that's not right for them? Don't take the choice away from the families of South Brunswick. Please let each family choose what is best for themselves without delay. Thank you for listening to all of the comments. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mindy. Lisa, you're up.
Yes, Lisa Johnson, Mom at Junction. I have a daughter that is in 9th grade. You sent out a survey that asked us for our opinion and what works best for our family. It was not taken lightheartedly. When we made this decision, we spoke it through as our family for what works best. My daughter has an IEP. I have been spending hours upon hours working with her to get her comfortable, to feel good about her school. She is in a position right now where she does not want to go to school. That is no way for my child to be or feel. She's supposed to feel good. So she has decided for herself, upon with my family, about her decision, and the decision was to have her go. I am upset that we are even thinking of postponing this until sometime in January. She is failing some classes now. We have been working with the teachers who have been wonderful and helping her, but failing this and postponing until January will cause her to fail, and she may have a threat of staying back. That will only make her self-confidence worse than what it is now. So we need to stay on track with the decision in the mail and our vote to say that we want to send our kid. And thank you, Mr. Fetter, for all that you have been doing, because you have been doing a fantastic job and taking all of the children and their families in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jim.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me. Mr. Fetter, honestly, I'd like to say thank you for pushing for families that want their kids to go in. Because, you know, you guys started with the RLCs slowly, then you brought in special ed. And the idea is, you know, why not bring in elementary right now? Because I have a special ed son who has now been in, you know, for full time for a couple weeks, and it's been wonderful because it didn't work at home. I've seen other friends who have their kids at home. These are mainstream students, and it's sad. People are talking about education. You are ignoring the board. You're ignoring the 25% of families that care about their children's emotional stability. All right, there's a lot of things that, you know, it's more than just, you know, what your grades are going to be. All right, and no one believes you when you say it's going to be January. You've pushed it back. You've pushed it back. When you say January, it's not going to be January. You're pushing it back now to March or May or June. So, you know, if you're going to ask the parents what they want to do, are you going to act like representatives or tyrants? Do not ask them what they want to do and then completely ignore it. There's a reason the parents made these decisions, because they know what's better for their children than you do as the board. You ask their opinions. If you're going to be representatives, please do what they're asking. And honestly, Mr. Fetter and Ms. Disler have done a good job with getting kids in safely. Let them continue to do that. They have not ignored safety, like John Lawley suggested. They took the data, they asked the parents, then they made a decision on how they wanted it to work. So please do not disregard the parents. All right, we don't want to see Lisa Rogers roll her eyes again and again when parents say they want their kids to go in. Listen to the parents and do what they ask. They know what's better for their children than you do. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Lisa Johnson.
I think you already did Lisa Johnson.
Lisa Johnson went already.
Yeah, we've got people, you can't raise your hand again until everybody talks. We got Tony DeMarco.
Good evening. This is Dr. Tony DeMarco in Kendall Park. I have a son at Crossroads North in 8th grade and a daughter in Constable 5th grade. We are thrilled with our teachers. I really appreciate, as someone who's a intermediate school principal in New Jersey, I appreciate the district leadership and all the communication that Scott and Jen have been giving throughout this whole process. We have been satisfied with remote learning, but when the opportunity to choose to go hybrid and come into the building has come up, we've discussed this with our children, and we support them, and they want to come back to school. As a principal, I've had kids in my building, 5th and 6th graders, since September, and we went fully hybrid 2 weeks ago. So I'm living that world right now, bringing 250 kids into the building daily with health screenings. I have the triple threat of arrival of a lot of walkers, parent drop-off, as well as buses, and we're making it work. So I'm living that world. My numbers are a little opposite of South Brunswick. I have 70% that want to be in the building and 30% that want to be out. And so I say all this from my perspective is when I look at what South Brunswick is doing and the models that are put out there, I want to say from my experience as a professional, it is a good model. The details for health and safety are going to be there for parents as soon as the data is set, and they need to know. From what I've seen and what I've been hearing for months, I'm fully confident that schools will be a safe place. The synchronous model is the way to go. The reason why, because I know some people have been expressing concern about teachers doing two things at once. I like the way how Jen talked about basically a learning curve there. And that is a big adjustment for teachers, but providing a model like is being suggested is significant because it's flexible. If we have to go completely shut down, everyone can stay place. If we want to move in, we can. If kids want to increase coming into the building, they can do that. If it is challenging to teach on two fronts, but if you were to split those kids, not only would it change their teachers right now, which is a problem that was mentioned, but just from someone who's been wrestling with this stuff for months as a professional, is a logistical nightmare. You will lose all flexibility. So to me, this is the only, no model's perfect. Nothing as good as normal is what we would be normally doing. But this, in my opinion, is the best way to do it. I don't think there's any difference between making the decision in November versus January. I think if you're against it now, you're probably going to be against it in January. And I respect the 75% of the population that wants to stay home. And I think we need to respect the 25% who think it's best for their kids to be in school. And also, the 75% of people who responded were responding what was best for their child. It wasn't a zero-sum game or vote if we're all in or vote if we're all out. So just because 75% of people want their child to stay home, I don't think it should be reflected as that means they want everyone's kid to stay home. So I want to make sure we don't twist that data. So I just appreciate your time. I appreciate all your hard work on the late evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Caitlin O'Rourke.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, it's actually Suzanne O'Rourke. I am from Monmouth Junction. I have 2 students in the high school. I just wanted to start by saying I actually 100% agree with what Lisa's saying. The holidays are coming and people are going to have gatherings. They're going to have gatherings for Christmas, Thanksgiving, Diwali. And then they're going to be coming into school. I have friends who are already doing this in their schools and they're seeing cases of COVID. And this is before the holidays. And our numbers are increasing. So as a community member, I'm concerned for my community. I'm also concerned because my kids are doing really well with virtual learning. And now you're going to ask teachers, and I have teacher friends who are telling me how challenging it really is for them to be able to teach effectively, to our children who are home and to the children who are now in front of them in class. And so now I'm making the choice to keep my children home, but what disadvantage are they going to be at because of my decision to keep my family safe and healthy? Also, I've heard some teachers already state that they're having some issues with being on Zoom, that they're not very techy. So once they move to that class environment, are they going to go back to their comfort zone and teach more to the children who are sitting in front of them? So I think it's a big ask to ask these teachers to do that. And again, I think our numbers are rising, and for us to, turn a blind eye to that would be foolish and a mistake as far as, what I feel. I think that, we need to think about the whole community. And so I'd also ask that after, I'm sure, come Friday, you guys are going to get your final numbers in. Some of my friends have stated that they originally did put that they were going to come back in. They wanted to hear what tonight is. They're texting me that they're staying home. So I'll be curious, if those numbers come back and it's 15% now that want to come in, will you teach to the majority, or will you worry, with the 15%, can't there be something else maybe where they can come in? I don't know, but the high school's huge. I don't know how you're going to manage that. So anyway, thank you to everybody. I think Fetters, you're doing a phenomenal job. You too, Jen, and to the board. So thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Starks, you're up.
Hi, I would like to say, as a parent and an essential worker, I am a nurse at the Division of Child Protection and Permanency. I do understand some of you wanting to delay the opening for school, but you have to take in consideration once the holidays show up, the flu season is going to be at its peak. So January would not be a good time to reopen the schools. And I totally agree with everyone else. If you voted to go in, you know the chances and the choices. As a medical professional, there will not be a COVID vaccine anytime soon. We cannot put life on hold forever. I think that you should respect us as parents and let us send our kids back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Callie, you're up.
Hi, this is Doug Kinnear. I'm on my daughter's laptop. I have 2 children, one in 4th grade, one in 7th grade in Kendall Park. I want to strenuously disagree with Ms. Rogers and clearly Ms. Mehta with, it's interesting when you can see everyone on Zoom, you can see facial reactions across several people at the same time. I would just caution you both in that respect and not be insulting to people that might disagree with your opinions. I want to thank the teachers. I think they've been doing a fantastic job, but I don't agree we should delay. I think if you're on this board, we elected you to be arbiters of the quality of education, not to deny education. And I'd ask that you make decisions grounded in science and experience. You have one employee, Mr. Federer, who is on this meeting. He has that experience. I would ask that when you make motions, which this one seems to be based on conjecture, you have taken the entire community's time on conjecture. That's not what we expect of you. We expect, if you had this opinion that you felt the date should be delayed, that you would have addressed this with your one employee, which I suspect you did not do. So you have taken our time, respectfully, Ms. Rogers, to propose a motion that, frankly, you should have asked this question of Mr. Federer to investigate earlier on, not this evening. And I'd ask that in the future, surveys be more explicit in the result that you're trying to get to. Frankly, I don't think 75% of the people do want to keep their kids home. I think the questions could have been worded better. And finally, Mr. Federer, I'd ask that you potentially consider asking the community to sign up to COVID Alert NJ, which the Department of Health put out as an app on our phones to increase the participation in that COVID monitoring. I think it would be a great tool for the schools to use.
Yeah, Doug, we just got that. We're looking into that right now, actually, to see how we'd roll that out. Thanks for that, Doug.
And I think I'd ask that Ms. Rogers that you withdraw your motion and go ahead with Mr. Federer's plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tina.
Hi, my name is Tina, and I'm from Monmouth Junction. I have a high school senior. My high school senior has chosen to stay remote, and I want to preface my comments with that, just so that you know what my perspective is. I still do believe that it would be in the best interest of everyone in the community to give the parents a choice as to whether or not they want their child to go back to school. I think that the 25% of the community that does want their kids to go back has made that decision for a reason. And I think that we should, if the school district is ready, which Mr. Federer and Ms. Disler have told us that they are, I think that we should give them that opportunity to get back to school. That being said, I do respect the opinions of every single board member here and everything that they've said tonight. And I think that everyone that's spoken, whether it be parents, administrators, board members, members of the community, even students if they've spoken, I think that everyone here that's spoken has spoken with the best interests of their kids in mind. And I think that all of that deserves our respect. So I think we need to be sure to be mindful of that. I did especially appreciate the opinions of Mr. DeMarco and Ms. Hutmaker. And Ms. Hutmaker, I apologize for forgetting the first part of your last name. But I think that their opinions as administrators of other school districts were really insightful. And I think it was important for us to hear that the success stories that they've experienced in their districts. My second point, really quickly, is that like I mentioned, my daughter does want to stay remote in the coming couple of months. She's doing really well with the remote model, and I'm hopeful that the district has a plan in place to help the teachers to be successful in teaching both to remote and in person at the same time. So I'm curious to hear what that will entail in the coming forums that you may have. I'd like to hear about what technology you might have in place that will make that successful for both sides of the coin, because I really am excited for how successful my daughter has been in the remote environment, and I'm hopeful that that will continue in the future. So thank you very much for your time tonight, and I appreciate the hard work everyone's put in.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. Real quick, just wanted to mention that there is no motion on the table. Lisa pulled it off to allow the public to speak in deference to Mr. Keener's request. So there is no motion on the table right now.
Bill Yost, you're up.
For anyone who has lost loved ones to COVID-19, we know the ramifications of this virus. I would rather have our children safe and healthy than risk bringing them back inside of the building too early. Schools that have opened are seeing the cases of COVID in their schools. Everywhere in the state of New Jersey, the numbers of COVID cases are rising. It makes no sense to bring the children back too early, only having to quarantine. It is wiser to continue with remote learning. As difficult as it was for teachers, they were now becoming very proficient in this type of learning. To disrupt what is working is not efficient. Teachers will be asked to teach remote students as well as in-person students. However, I do believe that there really is no difference. The students that will be brought into the building will still be learning remotely. They'll only be learning remotely inside a classroom with a teacher in front of them, but this teacher is also teaching really remotely. Someone will get shortchanged. To do both at once seems not to be good for either group. Parents who need the remote learning centers can continue with that. I do not see the difference between a remote learning center and bringing children into a classroom, 10 children with a math teacher, as opposed to the teacher who was teaching 22 students and doing it very successfully without a mask, bringing kids into breakout rooms, really engaging students. How will a teacher, I do not see how a teacher can do both of these things at once. The teachers who come into the building, will it be safe for those children? Because these teachers have to go home where there might be elderly parents living in the same household. Also, the students that are brought into the classroom could be a student who has a resource room, who has speech, who has lessons. They'll be leaving the classroom and going and mixing with other teachers and classes. How will you do contact tracing with so many students leaving and going around the building? You also have staff members who have health issues as well. How will you staff the classes if the teachers become ill? I feel if we keep the students remote until January, we will have more time to see how the numbers play out in New Jersey. I believe that education is important, but children's safety and teachers' safety is important too. I think education can take place in so many places, in so many different forms. Let us not forget, we are in the midst of a pandemic. If this is what it calls for us to reevaluate, and learning can take place in so many forms.
Bill, I'm going to have to cut you for 3 minutes.
All right, let's just reevaluate what's important.
Thank you much for your comments. Up now we have, that looks like a first initial and a last name, Palizzato.
Yeah, this is Matthew Palizzato. Thank you very much, board, for taking the comments. I am one who would like to send my daughter back to school, but I want to talk about being an administrator for a local Hackensack Meridian Health Hospital. I'm a vice president there, and we've been living COVID since March. I want to just give an empathy to the board, the administrators, and everyone. This is an incredibly tough decision. I've been living that decision as a vice president every day about what's the safest for our students, our residents, our patients, and our staff members. You have to find a path forward. You have to move forward. We cannot live in fear for the rest of our lives with COVID. You have to figure out a way. We've opened our school of about 85 children from day one. It's tough. It is tough to deal with the staff. It is tough to deal with the parents. We've maintained safety by all our protocols every day, but it is a struggle. You need to figure out ways. The more we kick the can down the road, the harder this decision is going to be made. We have to get some paths forward. We can't act like we are acting down the southern states where football games and people are getting positive. You can't act like nothing's happening. It is a significant pandemic. You have to put your masks on, social distance, take all that in consideration. But we have to find a path forward to start getting back to normalcy. Our kids are not learning remote. If that was the case, I would ask you, why do we have schools at all anyway? The fact of the matter is our children need to be in school. They need to stop living in fear at home all the time. They have to be, well, adults and the decision makers have to find ways to safely open schools, not recklessly, safely. Protect the students, protect the teachers, but we have to find paths forward. There's ways to do it. We are living that every day. People are doing that every day. We are finding ways to open. It is not being reckless by opening up a school in a safe manner the way you got planned. I really hope the board decides to open the school up. I think it's the expectation from many, many parents. I agree. I think the survey was misleading. And that's something you should look at because more parents I talk to want kids back in school. But again, I know it's a tough decision. You guys are up late. It's really tough. I get it. And there's no perfect decision here. I want to thank you for taking the comments and taking the time. And God bless you.
Thank you.
Wait, before Zoya, it's late. It's 11 o'clock. There's no reason for you to stay if you don't want to. You know that, right?
Well, I just wanted to hear what the parents were saying.
Okay.
Keep your eyes open. You'll make it.
Yeah.
You'll be okay.
We got this.
Everybody, let's keep our eyes open. We only got 23 more people that want to talk. All right, you're up. Here we go.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I really appreciate all your hard work and dedication. My name is Aria Natkarni, and I'm from Kendall Park. I have two kids in the Brunswick Acres School. One is a fourth grader, and like some of the other previous speakers, I have a kindergartner as well. Both my kids have, some behavioral and learning disabilities. We're both full-time working parents with long working hours and no other family support. However, we've still made a decision to stay remote. I understand that all parents have a right to their choice, and I absolutely respect that. However, I am questioning why there's a need to disrupt the entire routine when it's already set and scheduled when only 25% of the population has opted for in-person. Have you considered the 75% who are making the decision to stay remote for various reasons, health and safety? Why are you punishing remote learners for the decision for parents who have decided to send their kids in? My question is more, how can you assure me that my remote learners will get as much attention as the in-person learners? Will the teacher that's focused, will the teacher be more focused on ensuring social distancing or teaching both the in-person and remote learners? And how will my child understand what the teacher is teaching with the mask on? Is there a possibility to have kids separated out in classes where, all of the kids who've decided to come in for in-person have a separate teacher, and then, the remote learners have teachers dedicated to remote learning? And so I'm requesting if you can keep that in mind when you're making the decision about the timing and how your plan is going to impact a majority of the learners who are going to be staying remote.
Thank you. Next up, Aldafi.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Adolf Youssef, and I'm a resident of Kendall Park. And I have an 8th grader at Crossroads and a senior in high school. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, board members. So I'd like to echo what Ms. Tina Schlesinger has said. And While we too are part of the 75% of the families that will be choosing to keep their students home, I want to let you know that I respect the rest of the community's needs. They should know that they have our support. I want to urge the board to keep the November start date. Different students are learning differently, and some are successfully able to manage learning virtually at home. As you heard from many parents tonight, others absolutely need in-person instruction, especially our community's youngest students and those that are in elementary school. Every family has different financial, health situations and needs, and they should know that the entire community is supporting them regardless of their reasons for sending their children back to school. I believe the plan put forward by Superintendent Scott Fetter and his team is workable, thoughtful, and evidence-based that considers students, teachers, and staff safety. As a resident, I'm confident that they've done everything they can and have considered all the risks and implemented necessary mitigations. The presented plan and timeframe will allow parents and families who cannot send their children to school and keep them home while still allowing those families whose kids need in-person instruction the opportunity to be in school. I know that you're all doing the best that you can to consider all sides of this unprecedented situation, but please give South Brunswick team an opportunity to do the good work that they have planned for the sake of the entire community. Thank you, Scott and Jennifer, for all you've done, and thank you for all of your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Adolf. Deborah Fry.
Hi, Deborah Fry. I live in South Brunswick and I'm a para in special ed. I just want to say, first of all, I'm really confused why we're even having this conversation when in the summer we determined it was not safe to go back to school and we kept everyone home. Now the virus has gotten so much worse. It's expected to even get worse in the coming months. And yet here we are trying to push to get kids back into school. I don't understand it. Kids get COVID. They may not have symptoms, but they're going to give it to staff. They can bring it home to their families. I don't even know why we're considering this, but I kind of get it because some kids do need school. But I want you to know what it's going to be like in a classroom, because I'm in a classroom right now with kids and doing remote learning. The kids are going to be on computers at a desk far apart from each other. The teacher's going to be on her computer teaching to most of the kids remotely. They're not going to be looking over the children's shoulders at the desk to see if they're doing their work because they can't. They have, if the numbers are correct, 5 kids in class, 15 doing remote. It's impossible. I'm telling you, it's impossible. They have to teach with masks on. Elementary school, I can't even fathom it. It's unbelievable. What I do want to say is I want to thank Lisa for suggesting we change the date. I want the board to remember that, first of all, most of the people talking tonight, the people who want their kids to stay remote don't have to talk, because regardless of anything, their kids are going to stay remote. But I'm just lost for words. I do want to remind the board that your job is not to keep people happy, but to educate students in the best way we can do it and to keep the students and the staff safe. And I just want to address a parent who earlier said, if we're worried about the teachers, why don't we just put paras in the classrooms? I'm just appalled that someone would say a teacher's life is more worthy than a para's. And you know what? I, as a staff member, I'm not going to be able to live with if, God forbid, a child or a staff member dies from this disease, because this disease kills. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Steve Garwood, you're up. Steve Garwood, are you with us? Priya, you're up.
Hi, I was wondering for high school if we could stay open only at 9 because of the mental health aspect of sleep and like how much better it is for teenagers to have breakfast. And it's just, I really feel that as a high school student that we really need this. And like, it's like something where we're even office hours, the time before, like it's been a real help. If you could still keep that, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Shweta, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're going.
So first of all, we will get through this. We will get through this. This too shall pass. So everybody, please have a positive attitude. And Scott and Jen and the members of the board, you're doing a fantastic job. I relocated from Arizona 6 years ago in search of a fine district, and I got it. So thank you for everything that you're doing. So it's been very clear, right? There are a lot of choices here. Let's be respectful. I think just because we are debating it doesn't mean we are disrespectful. I think there are so many permutations and combinations. I think the key is to focus on the two areas. One is your remote learning. How can you keep that experience, succinct and clear as it is and very successful as it is? And for those students who are coming to the school, how can you make that also enriching? When the ideas themselves are so divided in these two options, having a combined class with these two options may not sound the best idea. So my suggestion is, if the board can take it away and discuss in little more detail to figure out what's the best way to present this remote learning and what's the best way to present the the in-person learning and how we can enrich both those options. I think that would be really helpful. And thank you once again for everything you guys are doing, and wish you all good luck and all of us good luck to get through this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Carmen, you're up.
Hello, good night, everybody. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, I just want to say that I have two kids. One is a first grader and the other one is a third grader. He has an EIP and he's doing great. My first grader is doing great remotely. He's learning a lot. She's learning a lot. But I think that we should respect the parents that want their kids to go to school. It's their choice, their kids. Like you guys are respecting our choice to be remotely. They should be that choice for them too. And I think that you guys should be discussing how you guys can assure me that my kid that is gonna be remotely is gonna be learning the same way he's learning now. Because I think that the teachers will be teaching half in person and half remotely. That's not gonna work that great. If the teacher has to wear a mask, probably my kid won't even understand what the teacher is saying. So that would be very difficult. So I think that you guys should be taking that in consideration. But you guys should have the two options. That's it. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Melanie, you're up.
Hi, thanks for taking my comments. I just want to echo what a lot of people have been saying tonight. I have a child in 8th grade and in 5th grade, and while the remote learning has been better than the spring, it's still not where it needs to be as far as educating our children. I've lived in South Brunswick my entire life, and I know that the South Brunswick School District is a great one. And I know that they are going to put our kids' safety first. Other towns have been looking to us as a model as far as the programs we have put together. So I'm 100% confident that we will continue to have great education, whether we're choosing remote for those families, that's the right decision for them, or for the families that are going to be coming in. I know that they're going to put our kids' safety first. My daughter's been going to volleyball at school, and they do a great job with screening everybody, making sure everybody's safe, and following the proper protocols. So I love my children more than anything, and I'm 100% confident that our school district is going to do everything they can to keep our kids safe. And you need to keep this decision in the parents' hands and allow us to make the decisions that's right for our families and respect each other. Thank you to the school district for everything you guys have done. We really appreciate it. South Brunswick is strong, and we'll get through this. Just keep pushing through, and please keep the choice with the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Meredith, you're up.
Hi, I live in Kendall Park. I have 2 kids in elementary school. All through this process, data and other district models have informed how South Brunswick's model developed. We're not going into this in uncharted territory. Many other districts have already opened to in-person or hybrid models. My own school has been open since September 3rd. Where's the idea to close between Thanksgiving to Martin Luther King Day coming from? Is a single district who is already open to in-person learning planning to preemptively close for that period of time? If that's not being considered by other districts, I don't know why it's on the table for ours. Scott's been nothing but genuine in his care for the kids. I trust him. If he thinks it's safe to open in November, I think it will be safe. And I don't think that you guys should pivot now on parents without data for this kind of, for those reasons, without any other kind of precedent in the state to follow that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Hala, Henry, you're up. Anyone? Ben Kitmar, Tarman, you're up.
Hey, thanks, David, for giving this opportunity. I just wanted to say thank you to all the board members and Scott Ferrer for doing such a wonderful process in how you've done this. And I know that you all guys have the best of the interest for all of our lives and our kids' life, and that's the first and foremost for all the decisions you make. I wanted to bring to your point a couple of things that I noticed in today's call. One was on the data that was presented on 76% and 73%. The decision that I made on was because I did not know how the school district was going to have the in-person learning being done. I have a first grader who's going to the constable school. So I've seen that it has worked, but there are many areas that are challenging. Now, today's case, I see that the hours have increased. So that means I'm going to have to make my son sit in front of the computer for longer hours. Maybe then I'd have said, hey, that's not a good option. Like, for him mentally, I understand physically there is a challenge, but then again, this is going to impact him more being in a room sitting in for like 8 hours, right? So maybe I would request when you're asking for a survey, if you can present some of the thought process around how the school is going to reopen, what are some of the options that's available to better give us the option to give you a result in the survey. Also, the other point that I want to bring up is on the survey itself, whether the parents are agreeing for opening the school itself. That was not in the survey, but this data that was presented was assumed to be that, hey, it's 76% of the people think they want the school remote. That's not true, because we think our child needs to be at home versus, if other parents wanted to go out and let them have their kids sent out, we don't disagree to that. Personally, is what I'm hearing in this call, and I agree to that. Also, in terms of making the decision on the board, I don't know whether we need to make it immediately, because if you make a decision and going to push it all the way to January, do we wait one more week and set a better survey, get a feedback again and think about it, and take a new survey after all this inputs that we've gotten, to take another survey and get results? Would that be an option? I don't know. I'm just throwing out an idea if that's good, because some of my results would change in that case. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Sita, you're up.
Hi, everybody. This is Smita. I live in Princeton, and my son is a sixth grader in Crossroads South. Thank you for staying up so late and giving us all the opportunity to speak. I have a concern. My first concern is that the discussion now is shifting towards in-person learning, and I'm worried that my son, who's asthmatic and won't be able to make it to in-person, will somehow there will be a compromise on the quality of education that he will get, and the other children that are on remote learning. And the other concern I have is if the system is stress tested to have so many kids all back in the school system, given that majority of those infected stay asymptomatic. No amount of screening can detect if a kid is infected. And that impacts the larger community because we will be sharing the same resources, the same teachers, and they are all our families and our friends, our neighbors. We don't want anyone to get sick, anyone to get hurt. So my concern is that is our system ready to accept so many people under the same roof, indoors, that is, and are we really ready? I would like to see if it is really safe for everybody to, of course it is, given that nobody wants their children home all the time. Remote learning is not the ideal situation. We all want our children to go back to school, but the only question is how safely can we do it? We all want best of education for them, and that can happen only in person. But these are not normal times, and given the times, it is a matter of safety that needs to be on the top of our minds right now. And thank you.
Thank you. Max Oliveira.
Hi, good evening. I'm the mom. I'm Carla. Good evening.
Good evening.
I have twins in first grade, and I have Max in fifth grade. When the survey was sent out and they asked how the remote learning is going, it's going as expected. So my kids, they don't sit still. My twins, when I'm helping one in one classroom, the other one starts asking for me. I have to help him too. More the little ones than my fifth grader. It's not easy. I don't even know how the teachers are having all that wonderful patience with all the kids, not sitting still, asking question how to guide them through the remote. I'm going back and forth, and I'm just like lost sometimes. I actually hired someone to help me 3 days a week because I'm still working. It's not easy for me. It's hard. So I'm 25% of the parents. I think my children need to go back to school. It will be better for them. For our household, it was not easy to make that decision. But it will be good for us. And I hope that you guys respect our choice as parents that we made. It was a hard one. I trust the plan that Mr. Feder and Jennifer Titzler that they did for us. They have been working very hard on this. I can only imagine the sleepless nights you guys had since the pandemic started. I don't even want to be in your shoes. It's not an easy job you guys are all having. Just respect our choices, please. As parents, we know what's best for our household. And in mine, I'm ready to send my children to school. I trust your plan.
Thank you. Heather Fitzgerald, you're up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Heather Fitzgerald, Kendall Park. I have a student that just graduated the high school. I have a sophomore and then a seventh grader at Crossroads South. I am going to talk to you not as a parent right now, because my opinions as a parent are very different than those of an educator. As an educator, I have to do what the state of New Jersey has told me to do. And I need you as educators and Board of Education members to do what the state of New Jersey has said to do. In the road back, all parents must have a choice. Not some parents, not certain parents, all parents must have a choice. If, when the road back came out and when school started, if you were not returning to school, you had to attest to the reasons why you were not returning to school. And those had to do with safety. You are now allowing some students to return to school. So you're either saying that it's not safe for those students that you currently have in school to be there, or it is safe, and then all parents should have a choice. And again, I'm not expressing my choice. My choice is my choice. My husband and I don't even have the same choice for our children. That's what we have to decide. But as educators, you and Board of Education members, you must follow what the state of New Jersey has put out there as guidance. And that is your job. It's not to put your opinion on other people. It's people have different opinions, and that is okay. Again, all parents are supposed to have a choice. Not some parents, not certain parents, all parents. I could disagree. I disagree with plenty of people on this, but they still deserve to have a choice in how their children are being educated. It's not us to say, well, there's a pandemic, it might not be safe. That's their choice, and the state of New Jersey has said we have to give everybody a choice. It's not your choice to take people's choice away. There's too much of that going on in our government right now, all the way up to the White House. We cannot take people's choices away. When you're an educator, when you're a board member, your personal opinion about how the state wants things done has to come out of it. You have to do what the state is telling you to do and follow the guidance. So again, all parents should be having a choice. So unless you're saying that the schools are unsafe to go back, then they're unsafe for everybody to go back, not just for some students to go back. This was not a vote. You asked people their choice. It's okay that 75% want to stay home. That's their choice. The 25% of people who want to send their children back should have that choice. That's what the state.
Heather, you're gonna come up on your 3-minute mark here.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I would say is that you are either an elected official or an employee of the district. Some of you may want to rewatch the playback of this meeting and then think about how you represent yourself as either a board member or a district administrator.
Thank you. Raj, you're up to talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, this is Raj from Kendall Park. I have 2 children, one in the middle school and one in the high school. I'm in that 75% that opted for remote learning. My kids are doing well with remote learning, but that's not the only reason why I selected this option. I did not make that decision just as a parent. We also have other roles in life, and I took that decision as a responsible citizen. For all the people who say that it is solely my decision to send or not send, and my choice needs to be respected, I would like to remind them a few things. We are in this together. This virus spreads. More than 200,000 people in our country have died from this virus. If one child gets it, the rest of his or her family could get it, and I could also get it. So this cannot be an isolated decision. We need to fight this together. We can't go with divided opinions and in different directions and still think that we can beat the virus. This community has a responsibility to our neighborhood, to our state, to our country. I understand that there are some challenges or inconvenience in certain families to continue with remote learning, but these are unprecedented times. COVID is a pandemic. Every family has to do a little more rather than put more risk to our community. As per the survey results, most of the children are receiving good quality of education through remote learning. I would recommend to continue the same model until the risk is significantly mitigated. Let's not put a date to reopen now. We should continue to review the situation and revisit the decision later. Thank you.
Thank you. Adi, you're up to talk.
Hi, everyone. First of all, on a lighter note, and I know it's late. Hopefully, I'm one of the last speakers. I want to thank Zoya and Kim for everything you've done. No one's thanked you specifically, okay? Thank you so much for staying up so late, and we greatly appreciate your service. And of course, I thank the board, and I thank each one of you on the call who spent such a long time, doing what you're doing. My point is very simple, and I'm going to say what I'm going to end with. I'm going to say it upfront, right? 75% who choose to be remote should just not be short served in any way, because the school district is stretching thin to satisfy who want to be in class in person. Period. That's all it is, right? I heard a lot of people talk about data. I heard a lot of people talk about choices, statistics. I heard about people speak about volunteer parents who want to measure vitals of the kids every day in the morning. It's not as easy when you talk about the macro situation. And I respectfully thank Scott, Jen, and everyone in the team, right? We are in some unprecedented times here, right? All I want to say is that we understand the financial situations. We understand the personal situations of parents who want to send their kids to school. Okay, it's perfectly okay. And I've been taking notes. I'm very respectful of the way Bill Yost, or that was the username that popped up on the screen when she was talking, right? She was mentioning a very good point. What's the point with remote learning centers and having teachers in a class with kids in the class who are 6 feet apart? It's the same thing, right? And it's a logistical situation where you want to manage a remote learning center and have kids and children in class who are 6 feet apart. What's the difference? So the only thing I'm trying to say is our tax dollars are at stake, right? It's more of an operational situation where we got to consider that what is the most important thing that we're trying to do here, right? All I'm trying to say, and I also agree with Raj, who just spoke before me. When we are talking about life, when we're talking about COVID manifests in very different ways in many different people. We are not even talking about the asymptotic cases here, right? When you're talking about NFL, organizations like NFL, NBA, the biggest, who have deep pockets, billions of dollars, they're not able to control the situation. Are we talking about the South Brunswick School District, being able to measure and detect every COVID situation when it comes up? Because we want to have outdoor sports, we want to have people play basketball, we want to have people do athletics. What are we talking about? If our kids live, they're going to be educated.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're coming up on your 3-minute mark.
Thank you. Thanks, David. But all I'm trying to say is if our kids live to be another day, if our kids want to live another day, they're going to wait for 3 months or 6 months, right? And all I'm respectfully telling parents is please consider that this is a very important decision. It's not about time. We can live another 6 months or 8 months. But the point is, let us all choose for life. Okay?
Thank you. Rachel.
Hello, hi.
Hello,
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, hi, how are you? I'll just keep it brief. I know it's been a long night for you guys. I wanted to say I appreciate you guys, and I know you have an incredibly difficult job, figuring out what's the best situation. The reason what I wanted to say was I agree that everyone should have a choice. I initially was struggling last week when I received the survey that I would have to make a decision for the next essentially 5 months for my son. And to know that I would ultimately have a choice at the end of the day, whether I wanted to send him or not. So I think that all parents should have that choice. And I was just an idea to resolve the issue about holidays. So if you open the school in November and before winter break, when you come back from winter break, you do a 2-week window of remote. So that allows for the quarantining to alleviate some concerns of the board members about returning from vacation, and then roll back into the in-person learning for those who are interested in doing that. So I just wanted to put that out there. You could open the schools in November. I believe everyone should have the option to go to school if they need to and they want to be in school. And then also just an idea of a solution for after the holidays. I know we can't predict what people are going to do, and you hope that people will be precautious, but you know that sometimes that doesn't happen. So that was just my thought, and thank you guys for all of the hard work that you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Olivia.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. So first, I just want to thank, Scott, Jen, Kim for all their hard work. I feel like saying that they haven't put thought into the health and safety of the children was kind of rude, because I feel like that's all that the forums have been talking about the whole time. Scott's been really stressing, he didn't want to open first because of the health and the safety of the children. He really wanted to put that first. And the fact that now they feel that it is safe to open, I feel like we should go with their opinions. They're professionals. They really have thought about this since COVID had happened in March. And secondly, I'd like to point out that it is a parent's choice, and the parent always has the best interest of their child. They're not going to put their child at risk or think that they're putting their child at risk by, saying that they need to go to school, because everyone doesn't learn the same, and some kids need to be in school. And just so the fact that some of the board members were mentioning that, that the parents aren't deciding right, made them seem like they're saying that the parents are incompetent, not knowing that what's right for their child. And, every parent should just be able to have that choice, what's right for their child. And if they need to send them, or they feel that they'll learn better in school, then, that's really ultimately up to the parent. And if the district is giving us that option, they should honor our option as a parent, because we really do know what's best for our child. So that's all I really want to say. And I think that, Scott and everyone, Jen, Kim, you've all done a really good job at monitoring COVID and really putting the health and safety of the children and staff at, the number one priority. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. I have why is this Taran Bandy, are you ready to talk?
Yeah, so hi, I'm a student. I hope it's okay for me to speak though.
Yeah, absolutely, you're a student.
I'm a junior in high school, and I feel like the current learning environment, it makes it a bit harder to focus right now. And it's tougher to focus on classes after a long school day of just like looking at my computer. And I really like the asynchronous method that we had last year, but I understand that we can't really have it this year. So I'd really like it if I could go back to in person. So yesterday I took the PSAT in school, and it wasn't that bad in terms of guidelines. Most people wore masks. I mean, everyone wore masks and were social distance the entire time. If you were feeling sick, you wouldn't come. And if you had any sort of symptoms, you wouldn't come either. So I don't think it's that much of a risk for us to come back right now if everyone's just wearing a mask and doesn't come if they have any sort of symptoms and maintain social distance for the entire day. So this is why I want to go back, and I feel that this would really be beneficial to a lot of people other than just me. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Maureen.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, I'm Maureen Curran. I have two elementary school students. They are second and third grader, and I'm also a one-on-one special education para in a different school district that has been open since September. We started our hybrid model 3 weeks ago today, and our hybrid model has been very successful. All the staff are required to do temperature checks, as well as the students. We stay 6 feet apart in the classroom. My school has split it where half the students come in 2 days a week and the other students come in 2 days a week. And that has worked for us. And yes, it is not without challenges. Again, I'm a special education para. All the students I work with have IEPs, and it is a struggle. But we as educators do our best to make sure that our students get what they can. And as a single mom, I have been using the Remote Learning Center. My children have been doing pretty good in the Remote Learning Center. And it's not without its struggles, and it's not perfect. But there's some parents like myself, we don't have a choice to keep our children home. We don't have family close by. We don't have any alternative income. When schools closed, I lost my job. I was out of work for 6 months. I burned through all my savings and unemployment couldn't help me. I cannot let my children or myself risk financial hardship because I can't send them to school because I can't work. It's a very tough decision. And I respect everybody's opinions who has voted, but you guys gave us the choice. And I chose to send them back. Scott and the whole entire district here have been doing a wonderful job, and I trust them. Every single day when my children wake up, I take their temperature. I fill out the COVID form. Every single day when I drop them off at that remote learning center, they get a temperature check. They go in there and they maintain social distance. They work and they do their best. And I think as part of the 25% that chose to go back, we need to. It's important that we respect the choices of the parents. And the parents that want to keep their children home, I respect that too. If I had the choice and I could, I probably would as well, because I can help my children. But there's days where the school district is closed and I have to have my children home because the remote learning center is closed. I cannot leave my student at all. I am also working remote part of the time. And if my children are home, I can't leave my student to help them. Unfortunately, I don't have the flexibility that some of our parents do. So again, this decision is hard, but it was my choice as a parent and I made it. And I feel like the school district can keep my child safe, my children safe, just like my school district that I work for keeps me safe. We have those protocols in place and I trust Scott and his entire team. I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak, and I know it's very late, but please, we have rights in this country. We have the right to choose. New Jersey told us that we can open, we have indoor dining, we are able to go to the grocery store, we can go and have church, and we can have 150 people in church together. But my children can't be in school. I think that we should consider that we voted for it, and for us 25% that want to go back, we should be allowed to go back. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity and the forum to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle. Caitlin Schwab, I'm trying to get you to be able to talk. I see your hand is up, but you have an old version of Zoom and it's not letting me allow you the opportunity to talk unless I make you a panelist. So I'm going to keep you till the end here, but hang in there. We'll get you up here. Michelle, you're up.
It's actually Michelle's husband, Greg Keeplan.
Hey, Greg, how you doing?
All right. Kendall Park, parent of 2 children at Greenbrook Kindergarten and a 2nd grader. I think like most parents who've spoken tonight, this was, a tough decision. Actually, my wife and I both, have differing views on sending the kids back. For a multitude of reasons. It's not one that either one of us entered lightly. I think giving the parents the right to send them back if they choose to do that. But one thing I do want to comment on. One of the things I don't think that was kind of shared with parents is a lot of people. I think maybe everyone was surprised that the numbers were so low of like that only 25% were going back was because I don't think parents knew exactly what they were sending their kids back to. I think that's one of the reasons why I was back and forth of, to send them back, not send them back, because we didn't know, is my kindergartner and first, second grade going to be sitting there on a laptop? Then what's the point of actually sending them back? So, if we had a better picture in our head of what exactly we were sending them to, then we would know, if it was a good fit for us. If it wasn't just for the, it's not that, if we didn't have to send them back for work reasons, if we were sending them back for, other reasons, if we had a better picture in our head, we could make that decision. But, I don't think that's really been presented well.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next up, we have Mr. and Mrs. Wink. I'm going to imagine that.
It's Dawn.
Dawn? Okay.
Yeah, hi.
The floor is yours.
I have 2 7th graders at Crossroads South who have always been really good students, and now they're struggling. There are too many distractions in the home. That seems to be our biggest problem. I'm working full-time from home because I cannot leave them here alone. And to keep them focused has been our biggest struggle. I've already gotten calls because they get off track too often. It's just they're not in school. And I know we can tell them they're in school, and I know they're staring at a screen and they know they're supposed to be in school, but they're not in school. So it's really hard for them to stay focused. And it's really hard to watch this because they've always done really well in school. So to see them struggling is difficult. So they're begging me basically to go back to school. They're begging and crying, and it's just really hard. So not all students, I know some students probably do really well online, but not all of them do. So I would ask that you take that into consideration when you make your decision. Some kids really need the classroom. It's important. And thank you very much for your time.
Michelle, you're up. Are you with us, Michelle?
Sorry, my husband, Gregory, just spoke.
Okay.
I
All
forgot
right.
to put my hand down.
Okay, hand down. We'll see you. Mr. Garwood, Steve Garwood?
Yep, can you hear me?
Sure can.
My huge thanks for giving me the second chance. I apologize for fat fingering the unmute before.
All right.
Just for, to set the stage, I'm a parent of 2 graduates of South Brunswick schools. Great experience for all of us, and the husband of a teacher who loves what she does and the school she works with. And I first want to say to Dr. Fetter, Ms. Disler, the board, and many others, I think you've shown remarkable leadership and have worked heroically really since the beginning of the pandemic to find the best possible path through this nightmare. And I also want to recognize the passions, excuse me, of the community speakers on both sides of the comments. And, those passions are understandable. There are serious concerns for health, education, and everyone's well-being. And so, empathize with all of that. But I wanted to point out that when we're talking about parents' choice, we need to remember that the parents are also making the choice for the teachers and staff who have to be in the building with the students, right? So it's not just about, I made a choice and so do what I want, but my choice impacts the lives of other people who have to be there to provide the services that you're interested in. Also, teaching won't be like it was, right? Teachers will be limited in the attention they can provide to either group, the in-class and the online. So how can a teacher focus on the small squares on a Zoom screen to make sure students are in their seats, paying attention, showing signs of understanding or confusion, or which little raised hand icon is on, while also paying attention to the students in the classroom? How will the Zoom students participate with the room students when only one Zoom participant can speak at a time while the class can talk at the same time and be heard? And socialization will not be what it was. Students will need social distance at all times. We're at a time of local, state, country, and global increases in COVID cases. Hospitalizations and death are following closely behind. For the first time since our original peak, the entire state of New Jersey is back up to the yellow status. As we heard earlier in the meeting, schools in our immediate area, as well as across the country and globe, have had to reclose. As of September, teachers in 5 states have died from COVID. Every one of those school districts had the health of their students and staff as a top priority. And we know that many people who do recover have serious long-term health issues. Everyone, without exception, wants to be back in school. The teachers I know absolutely love what they do and love the children they teach. Remote teaching is hard and limited, but no improvement in teaching or education and no desire to be back in school is worth the health or life of any in our community. The board is making decisions based on data, and the current data says this is not the time to return en masse. Please, like Patterson and others that are waiting until January, wait until we get the pandemic turned around before we send large numbers of students and staff back into the schools. Thank you very much for all you've done and for waiting for the last comment.
Thank you. Is Lisa Garwood going to speak?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night. Brian S., you're up to speak. Brian, are you with us? Caitlin Schwab, you're up to speak.
Thank you so much for letting me be a panelist so I can speak. And thank you for your time tonight. My name is Caitlin Schwab, and I'm a senior at South Brunswick High School. I would like to just say a couple things. Please don't take away my right to decide if I want to go back to school. I appreciate all the teachers helping me learn through this difficult time, but this really can't be a long-term thing. I can speak from personal experience as to how hard it is to learn from home. It's just not fair to make us wait another 30 days. You asked the parents of South Brunswick to make a decision, and they did. My parents talked to me thoroughly about this decision, and we made this decision very carefully for what I need, which is to be in person in a classroom with the teacher teaching. I disagree with the fact that things are getting better every day, although teachers are clearly putting their best efforts into making the best of this situation, which I thank all of them for. And finally, whether it means being 6 feet apart from everyone with a mask on, these 25% of families, including mine, have a right to our decision. You said November, and it's only fair to the 25% of families who want to go back to school to keep that decision. We need something more than staring at a computer for 6 hours straight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin. Have a nice night. Sabrina, you're up.
Hi, thank you guys for doing this, and thank you to everyone who's talked. And I just want to say that I understand all sides of this, but I just kind of wanted to reiterate maybe a point that I've heard that's been less often brought forward, which Mr. Garwood started talking about with regards to teachers, but also with respect to staff. My mom is a staff member at a school in the district, and if you allow, parents to make the choice to send their kids back to school and kids to kind of have a say in that choice as well, you are taking that away from staff and teachers who don't have a choice about whether they go back. I mean, I guess the choice then you're leaving them with is whether or not to keep their job working in the schools. And I think that's very difficult to make, especially, in light of the situation that many people's family members are immunocompromised or in some way high risk, and they have to, make that choice. Well, they don't really get to make that choice because it's their job and they would be required to come back. And I think that that's important to consider in, people's arguments saying that they would like to have a choice is you're taking it away from some people by saying that you can give it to those parents and kids.
Thank you for your comments. Kristen, you're up.
Hello, my name is Kristen Luchow, and I'm a teacher in the district. I thank you so much for the thought and time that you're putting into this decision. It is not an easy decision to make. And part of the reason that it's such a difficult decision as a teacher is that we want to be there for our students, 100%. But there's also the reality of the pandemic. I don't envy this decision that you're making tonight, but I wanted to share that I was presumptive positive for COVID back in March, and luckily we were remote at the time. I did not infect any students. I was still able to work asynchronously, but I was quarantined in my basement from March 24th to April 19th with a fever that fluctuated between 100 and 104 degrees for 19 straight days. I missed 3 weeks with my 1-year-old, and it was very tough. So, you know, I don't know what is the right decision here at all, but as someone who was presumptive positive for COVID, I felt like I had to share my story. And I don't envy the decision you're making tonight. And I appreciate all of the time that all of you are putting into this, because I will never get back those 3 weeks I lost with my son. Thank you.
Thank you. King family. Hello? Going once, going twice. It's late. Allison, are you there?
Hi, thank you for taking my comments. I am a brand new teacher over at Brunswick Acres, part of the autism team there, our A team. And our team was up chatting tonight probably for the last, I'd say, 2 hours, just saying how thankful we are for the Board of Education and all that they've done. And we just wanted to, you know, share out, and Michelle was going to hang on a little bit more, but she got sleepy, so I volunteered to just basically say thank you. And we feel like we've gotten a lot accomplished in the time that we've been together. Even though it's hard, I personally have 3 students that are virtual and 2 that are in the classroom. My students that are virtual, they have some other medical challenges, so they've made the decision to be home. But we still find ways to have a lot of engagement. We even had a pumpkin patch today set up in the atrium, and we went on virtual field trips, and we're combining classes virtually to do fun things. And for the parents that are concerned that, you know, wearing masks, you're not going to be able to understand the teachers, I promise you, I have students that are nonverbal that have a lot of challenges, and they understand us very well. And the families say that they can understand us. We are using headsets to make ourselves clearer. And we really haven't had too many challenges in that respect. And we feel like we are safe. The board has generously provided all the PPE that we could possibly need and more. And we have a lot of kiddos that have a lot of challenges that some would think are, quote, unsafe. But we always find ways to stay safe and to keep each other safe and to keep the students safe. Even if that means when we're waiting for the bus, we're all standing on those pretty yellow dots that say 6 feet apart. We all have our little assigned dots, and we take our, you know, our group pictures that way and everything. So just thank you, you know, and rest assured, parents, you know, everybody is doing the best that they can. And I'm a parent too, and my child in her district, they're hybrid, and I get it. And just thank you, you know, to the parents for staying sane and being the heroes that you are. It's so, you know, touching to see my parents virtually working hard day in and day out. I am very, very thankful for the parents that speak up and speak out and stay committed every single day to their child's journey. And we're very thankful to the board for all that they do. And our team just wanted to send a virtual high five to the board, because we don't really get to see you guys in person that often. But the A team sends their love. And I'm very glad I never went to school to be an administrator. But thank you for accepting me into your district. I feel very, very loved and very welcomed as a brand new member of this team, and putting on my big girl pants to speak here tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, we have 3 speakers left. We're going to take the last 3 speakers. Akash is, he already had an opportunity to speak, so this is going to be 2 minutes or less. We'll let him have his last words. Akash, go ahead.
Thank you for all your time. I want to tell I'm doing well with the remote learning in college, and my proposal is for South Brunswick High School to come up with a fellowship program for people who didn't get elected into student council and want to hold a leadership position. Because my university has started to do that with the freshmen entering college that didn't get into student government. And it's hopefully going well so far. So I feel that South Brunswick High School should implement it because this will give people opportunities to develop leadership skills and have even a remote chance of being a leader when they are in high school and even beyond.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Bye. Good night.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker who had already spoken tonight is Danette.
I put my hand down. I don't know why it came up.
Okay.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night to you. Last speaker of the evening, Karen, you're it. Last word, you have it.
Hi, my name is Karen Petroconis. I am a South Brunswick resident. I am a parent of a 5th grader at Indian Fields who has dyslexia and ADHD and is in the resource center, but I am also a teacher in the district. I am speaking to you because I'm just so upset. I am upset because I don't want to send my kid back because my child has been more successful at home, and her ADHD and her anxiety. I'm sorry, I'm crying because I'm just so emotional and I'm trying not to be, but her anxiety is just like the thought of her having going back, but I have no choice as a single parent in this district. Like, there's not another option for me. Like, I want to be back with my kids more than anything, but going back right now when there's holidays and I know parents send their children sick. I have been teaching for 21 years. I taught in North Carolina. I taught in North Jersey. That's just what it is because we have to work. We can't take sick days. Like, I understand it. I get it. But at the same time, you're putting my child at risk. You're putting me at risk. And I just want you all to realize what is happening to some of us. And 75% of this district is saying no. And as a teacher, if 75% of my class said no to something, that would be the majority. That is what we would vote on. And I understand that 26%, I understand that, but that's why we have remote learning centers. And that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to share my thoughts and feelings. And I appreciate all of you. I have voted for many of you. And thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Last speaker of the evening. John, you have the floor.
Earlier this evening, I explained what was accomplished in the most recent reentry committee meeting. We focused on an educational plan and a bell schedule for each level. I explained that health and safety was not a topic of discussion because it wasn't the goal of that meeting. Not that the district didn't care about health and safety. To hear that my words have been twisted to say that we only spent 8 hours on health and safety is upsetting. Or worse, that I somehow implied that Scott hasn't cared about safety is a complete fabrication of my words. There have been countless hours put in to get ready for the 1% of students who are currently in our building and the athletes at the high school after school. These protocols have been well established. There's so much more to consider when returning to in-person learning. Not one student has attended class at the high school that has to change classrooms 4 times a day, or use multiple desks, or go to the bathroom between classes, or anything else that's involved in a normal school day. Do we have clear plans for cleaning classrooms between periods as students change classes? Do we know who will clean desks between classes? How often will bathrooms be cleaned as students frequent them between classes? Will handrails be cleaned between periods, and is that enough? Are there enough paras to make sure that students aren't violating social distancing in hallways, stairwells, and other places in the building? There are far more concerns than there are with the way we're doing things right now. Only 1% of our population is in our buildings. The protocols that we have in place perfectly fit the situation that we're in now. I see it every day. I've been teaching there every day since the beginning of September. Our protocols are exactly designed to handle who's in the buildings now. They're not designed to handle 25% of the student population yet, because quite frankly, they don't have to. We don't have 25% of the population in the building. SBA has worked side by side with Scott and Jen every step of the way and have seen the health and safety procedures in place. I have to go through them every single day I go to work. Personally, I'm also a coach, and I see the procedures in place every day for athletes before they arrive. And I ensure that all athletic protocols are followed. So I'm extremely familiar with all of the time that has gone into all of the health and safety procedures. But what I tried to express is that we may not have a full plan ready for when 25% are back. I never, ever intended to say only 8 hours were spent on health and safety, nor did I mean to imply in any way that the schools aren't safe and won't be safe. But to serve lunches in school with less than 15 minutes to clean 3 entire cafeterias between lunches is a concern that needs to be addressed. And that's what the current plan involves. These are concerns I will raise in the coming weeks with Scott when we determine when we return to school. We haven't served lunch to 900 students in 90 minutes even once yet. So how can we be certain that it's safe until we put protocols in place? We haven't had to do this yet. Everyone wants to come back to school, teachers included. Scott will work tirelessly to make sure health and safety is a priority, as he has since March. But we still have issues to work out before we can ensure the health and safety of students and staff. That is why I spoke tonight. Not to say that we can't return to school, not to say that our schools aren't safe right now, but to say that we still have work to do. And no one should return to school until we finalized all of these issues. November 16th is not that far away. Can we accomplish this? I hope we can. Okay, I just want to make sure that we do before we have students in school. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
All
How
right,
are we doing,
everybody.
David?
That's the end of our public comments.
Wow.
That was the first public comment, David?
There's no second. There's no second.
Can I get a motion to close the public
You
comment?
don't need to. We already approved the motion. All right.
Moved by Devin, second by Joyce. I have to believe that was the longest public comment that I've ever been part of, no matter, and that includes planning board. So, so that's unreal. Okay, moving along. Board comment, committee reports.
Oh, can we, where do we stand on this though, in terms of next steps?
We're gonna do the next step, doing the action items.
Okay, thank you.
So, board committee reports, any committee reports? I know we've met tonight, but was there any from last meeting? I don't remember. If not, we'll move on. Okay, let's approve the action items consent agenda for October 15th.
Before you approve the action items, I would request a board member to make a motion to
Okay.
start school in full, as described, all students November 16th, not November 9th for K-8, and high school for November 16th. Proposed is K-8 to come back on November 16th. K-5 would be coming in full days, meaning 5 days at a time. In middle school, we have to see what the final numbers look like to see if they have to be split into cohorts. The high school would start into cohorts. That is the original suggestion made. If the board is not ready to make that decision, that is fine. I'm asking for a decision simply because of time. If the board needs more time, however, I would recommend we schedule a meeting early next week. In that time, I'll be glad to provide the board to answer to any questions the board wishes to send our way so that we can provide you with that. But the longer this waits, then you might as well really just wait until whenever you decide you want to do it. So if that's not going to happen today, that's understandable. But I want to put it out there that if we're not ready yet, just let me know what you need to get ready and what you need to make decisions, and then I will work with our team to get you there.
Mr. President,
Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
I understand the motion that Scott is making. I personally think with all the information that came through the night and all the discussion, stuff like that, I'm not ready to make a decision tonight. I'd rather make a decision next week, and then I can, because there were questions that came up about the survey and then the comments about that and the passion of on both sides of the aisle, so to speak, on this issue. So I want to, my recommendation is let's have I guess, special meeting next week. Is that what it's called? A special meeting to discuss so we can have time to let all this info, let our brains absorb all this information. But then looking at that, that's my suggestion to your motion.
Scott, it would be a work session.
I'm suggesting a work session because right now it's August 15th, and I understand the board needs time, which is actually understandable. If the board is not ready to make a decision tonight, totally understandable. I would ask before the work session for the board to provide my leadership team with the questions it would need in order to feel comfortable making a decision one way or the other about any component of this, so that we can provide you with that in enough time to make that decision. The board has a tough decision to make. I think the community made that clear. So my responsibility to you is to provide you with what it is that you feel you need in order to do it. Right now. I remember how the parents felt last week when we didn't have enough information because we were waiting for the survey. We also let the parents know, and I'll reiterate this to the families, we let the families know that you still can change your decision from your original decision. The system is set up to do that. Families, you can do that. For those 554 still on the call, brave souls, you can go ahead and make a change to that. You can also wait a little bit longer. You have till Monday. We always are here to answer questions like we've been doing. We answered a lot of questions, which is fine, and we'll continue to do so. And we want you to know that. But at the end of the day, we have to make a decision some way, right? And I understand tonight was definitely an interesting evening. Thanks all the parents for doing that. But Barry, if that's up to you what you want to do, but if we're not ready tonight, I get it. We can work on something for next week. But I would ask the board to somehow communicate in one document what it is that you'd like us to provide for you so that you'd be comfortable in your next move.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, I agree with what Scott says in terms of having the board members submit a one-page or input to you, and then you relay that to the administration, not just have 9 members sending things independently. So if there is what's the word I'm looking for? If there's duplication in questions, then you can somehow consolidate. I don't want to step on the other board members because all 8 other members have an opinion on what they want to do. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry.
Yeah, Lisa, you had your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I agree with this decision because the plan was released to the board today. We all got a chance to see it at the same time that the public has seen it. The date was chosen prior to the plan, and given some of the stuff that we received, for example, it's going to go full-time, no split cohort, no temperature checks, for example. I also have a concern now that was brought up earlier about the health and safety plan, if we have one. So I would ask that prior to this meeting, we all get a copy of it. If that's tomorrow or Friday, Friday is tomorrow. Friday would be great, so that we can all understand what's in the plan, some of the comments that were made about cleaning, et cetera, I think we should be aware of. I also think that there was a a mother, I think, that made a comment, and forgive me if I get your name incorrect, Rachel Outram. She made a comment about going remote after the holidays, even if it's a week or two. That's not a bad suggestion, and I would ask that the administration take that into consideration. That may be a possibility to avoid any issue. And I do want to make a personal comment. There were several comments that were made about the incompetence, lazy, and lack of trust. And I personally was offended by that. And it was very hurtful because I think many people on this call know me and that I have the best interests of this district at heart. I have a student in this school. I don't want him getting sick nor anybody else. So from a personal standpoint, I need to make that comment. So I do agree that we should have a conversation, but I would appreciate a copy of the health and safety plan prior to the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Steve, Dr. Parker.
When is this meeting planned for?
It's not planned yet. No.
Have to find a date. We're gonna have to post it in the paper and.
I understand that. That's my concern. So, you know.
David, how much advance notice do we have to give?
I don't have every evening open, so that's why I'm trying to.
8 hours.
Thursday? Next Thursday?
It would have to be Wednesday or Thursday, yeah.
If we could do Wednesday, that way the parents could get a day advanced. I'd like to do it sooner than later.
Yeah, I agree. The Open Public Meetings Act tells you in terms of when you want special meetings and stuff. It's quite detailed in the statute. So I don't have it here in front of me, but it tells you how many, what's the minimum hours of public notice that you have to give.
It's 48 hours, Arthur.
So, correct. That is correct. 48 hours. I was not testing the board, just, okay.
Steve, Dr. Parker, that was it? That was your comment?
Yeah, I just need to know when the meeting is, because if I have to reschedule other meetings, I need time to do that. That's all.
I got you. Ray, you had a question or comment?
No, I was just going to say, can we check? Does Wednesday look good? Can we all make it Wednesday?
Thursday's better for me, Ray. Thursday's better for me.
Wednesday for me, good.
My calendar's open for this.
Wednesday is good for me too.
Wednesday.
Either day for me is fine.
We had another committee meeting scheduled for Thursday, so that'll have to get moved. if we
Oh,
do
right,
Thursday.
negotiations is Thursday.
So if we do Wednesday, then we can keep that meeting in place.
Yeah, you got negotiation. I'm sorry, Joyce, negotiations. We can't move it because we got a meeting every month. So it's going to be kind of tough to move.
So I move that we meet on Wednesday.
I'll
So
second.
Time?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What time?
Well, can we make it earlier than normal?
Yes, yes.
Is that possible?
Well, we're not going to have,
Do like a 6 o'clock meeting instead of at 7 or whatever? We're going to have public, Scott, we have to have a public portion, correct?
Well, it'll be open to the public, but it'll be a work session.
Okay. So they just listen then. Okay.
6 o'clock?
6 o'clock would
o'clock's
probably
good.
work better.
fine.
What do you think, guys? 6 to about 6:30, 7, you think will be good?
6
Yeah,
o'clock.
that would be good.
I'll put 6 to 1.
Let's make a
6
motion.
to 1. No.
So if
Are we confirming 6 o'clock?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not so sure Wednesday's going to work, only because if we put the ad in the paper
tomorrow,
if we give that to them tomorrow, they're not going to have it published till Tuesday. They don't publish till Tuesday. I'm getting word right now. So it wouldn't be, Wednesday would not work because it's not the 48 hours, it's 24 hours.
So I would propose, if we were planning on meeting as a negotiations team on Wednesday and we were all available on Wednesday, we hold the negotiation meeting on Wednesday and hold the meeting on Thursday.
I'm out of town Thursday. I'm
That was
leaving
a
for
bad
the weekend.
idea. That was a bad idea. I apologize. Sorry, Joe.
Well, we need to get this done sooner than later, so.
I'm not in Thursday.
We'll publish it on our website, and we'll publish it at a local library, and we'll have it in the paper on Tuesday. So we'll have it published in 2 of 3 places 48 hours in advance.
Are we good for Wednesday then?
We'll make it work for Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday, everybody, 6 o'clock.
And just confirming that all of our questions are going to go to our president, Mr. Nathanson.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, okay. What did I do?
I have an addendum to our HR agenda, just so everybody's aware. Consent agenda, we have 2 people, James Calantoni and Robert Wood. Their start date is backdated. It's 9/21, not 10/21. So we'll just make that note.
So that's a correction to what's.
It's a correction to our personnel agenda item. I have my list here. The agenda item 2.
Okay.
And Joyce, you have to abstain from agenda item 1.11.
Yes, I abstain from 8.1.11.
Can I get a motion for the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Parker. I have a second. Second by Mr. Patel. Can I get a roll call, Mr. Pulowski, please?
Patrick Del Piano,
Yes.
Mr. Raymond Keener,
Yes.
Ms. Joyce Mehta,
Yes.
Dr. Stephen Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Devin Patel,
Aye.
Mr. Arthur Robinson,
Yes.
Mrs. Lisa Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Scaletti,
Yes.
Mr. Barry Nathanson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Board comments and communications. Anybody have any comments? I just have a couple. First of all, I have to say, I want to thank the board and senior staff for tonight. And there's still 300 and something members of the public on it, but I wanted to speak to some of the people that left too. You know, whatever was discussed tonight was a reason that it was discussed, because we all have the best interest of the children of this district, no matter which way we were talking. That's the reason we were discussing it. That's why Lisa decided to table it to hear the public speak. So, you know, we personally never make anything personal. And I would hope the public understand that they shouldn't make it personal either. You know, I understand this is a hot topic, and this is, you know, this has been going on since March. I understand it probably more than most with how it started. And, you know, I've told the story many times, Scott talking to me in 2 different time zones as we closed down the school. You know, this has been a difficult time for everybody. I have a daughter that has just recovered from cancer. I myself is high risk as you possibly can get. So I understand it. I know all the board members, again, have the best heart, the best for every child. I want to thank Zoya for actually hanging in there with us.
Good job,
It's
Zoya.
amazing. I have to give her applause too.
Zoya, this is
So-
not an excuse. Your homework is due at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
And I have to tell the board members, you know, and I know it got personal at time. You can never take anything personal. You can never take anything personal. People say things, they don't necessarily mean it. They say it in the heat of the discussion. I've heard it for years on this board, and Ray and Lisa can contest. You know, as being my colleagues on the planning board, you hear it there too about everything. So Ray was there when we, I believe, when we approved the shop rate, and that was, it was amazing what people were saying about shop rate. So you have to think about it, and we can't take it personal, and they can't take it personal. So I want to thank the board. I want to thank the senior staff. I want to thank the public for coming out this evening. There was over 1,000 people, like 1,200, 1,300 people on the meeting. So that being said, I just want to mention one thing too. I didn't get a chance. Tonight when we approved the consent agenda, there were 2 retirees on it that have been a staple in the district. Gary Yepes is retiring after 31 years at Crossroads, and Susan Zvaglia is also retiring from Crossroads after 23 years. So I want to wish them the best. They're retiring effective this December, so I want to thank them for their years of service. So that being said, we're going in tonight, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Township of South Brunswick hereby moves to go into executive session in accordance with Sunshine Law, Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, NJSA 10-4-6 through 10-4-21, to discuss the following. We're going to be discussing negotiations. Can I get a motion, please, to move to executive? Moved by Joyce Meadows, second by Arthur Robinson. Be it further resolved that the discussion contacted in executive session can be disclosed to the public at such time that matters have been resolved. Formal action may be taken at any meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Now the 279 people that are still on need to
Everyone,
jump off the call.
please have a good night, everyone.